loneliness epidemic. Within group think, men are not getting the validation they need right now, right? So in other words, women right now, because they're getting more social validation, even though they claim they're not. All those jobs, money, okay. So they're claiming they're not. They're getting the physical validation of future's female, who runs the world, girls, all that, right? And even though that's just a song, the stats bear it out. The statistics bear it out. Population crash, more jobs, more college, more housing, more mortgage, all that, okay? Watch this, okay? So men right now, within the group think, are viewing themselves as toxic and shit. Now here's the loop of this whole seminar. Watch this, we're gonna land the plane, okay? Watch this. Everything for a man is what? Say the word shit test.
Shit test.
It's all a shit test. Everything is a shit test, okay? So right now men are failing a collective what?
Shit test.
Okay, like if a girl's like, you're a jerk, if the guy believes that, he's failing a shit test. You're toxic, collectively. What are men doing? Basically, they made a collective shit test so the betas would fail. It's just a collective shit. It's not even bad. Oh, you got called toxic. Whoopsie shit. Is that a reason to like have your winter effect shut down? But let me show you what's happening. So we talked about the state of consciousness that guys can, we talked earlier at the start of this about the state of consciousness that we can achieve, right? You guys see that? We talked about that. Seeing that state of consciousness that we can achieve, which is really what we're here to learn. Seeing that state of consciousness. Look at this. You're in that state of consciousness. That's where your mind could be. The bachelor of the short-faced bear under the stars. Under the stars. Present. Expansive. Genius. Like any of you here that are not a multimillionaire are not tapping into the full potential of your brain. Got it? So that's who we were. We go in modern society. Processed food. Even though I personally am not affected by it, porn. Repetitive job. Called toxic. Etc., etc. Cheetos. We live in the world of Cheetos. What happens to the average man's brain?
Brain shut down. Shuts down. Turns into a derp.
Life needs to be understood not just as a physical journey, but actually as a spiritual journey where you are being shit. This is super deep, okay? Pay attention. This is very deep. Pay attention. Everything that's happening is not real. It is a spiritual journey forcing you to stay connected to the infinite. As Jesus would say, I am the vine. And then you get hit with a block, and the block is meant to suck you into outcome. What does sucked into outcome mean? It means that you, repeat this after me, what you should do, repeat this after me, put the creator before the creation. So if you just say to yourself, look, I'm here to have fun, I'm gonna enjoy this, I'm gonna love it. Now does that mean that you're a lazy bitch? No. It actually means, like, look, right now I'm just having fun, but am I lazy?
No.
Okay, so am I trying less or more right now?
Less.
It's paradoxical. I'm trying the least, which then, who here's read the Tao Te Ching? Okay, everyone here needs to read the Tao Te Ching on loop, okay? Read it on, while you're training, write this down. It's called the Tao, but pronounced Tao for some dumbass reason to annoy the whole world. The Tao or Tao Te Ching. Wayne Dyer loved the Tao Te Ching. He has a reading of it with binaural beats. You can listen to it in 2 hours. It's on YouTube. I listen to that shit while I'm fucking trading, okay? Like I listen to that shit on loop like it's like a 50 Cent song or something, you know, right? Okay, you can find me in the club, but it's like the Tao Te Ching. So, and I met Wayne before he died a little bit too, at a seminar, but I loved it. So anyway, so he kind of embodies it. He was like a G with the Tao Te Ching. He wrote a book on it. So anyway, so Tao Te Ching. So basically what it says is, when you he says that we get attached, okay, follow me here. He says we get attached to the world of the 10,000 things, but we have to understand that there is both an expanding energy and a return energy. So what we do is we attach our awareness onto the Tao by becoming present. So we're gonna shoot into a video today that is gonna profoundly change your life. But as we shoot into it, I wanna let you know that I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's actually the famous Firebird statue right behind me. Charlotte is a growing city, and so because it's on fire, they have the Firebird statue. I'm gonna be doing a completely free event here in Charlotte coming up. So as we go into today's video, make sure that you click the link below. And by the way, I've got free events coming in cities all over the world. Tristan, do you know that I have to leave town for a couple weeks?
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss you, buddy.
Okay.
Can I tell you where I'm going?
Well,
I'm gonna be doing a free event in Charlotte, Atlanta, Nashville, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, Salt Lake, and Denver coming up. Lakers game with my son right now, you know, to relax and watch the game. You, buddy, that's why I'm spending a bit of time with you right now.
okay.
Okay, but what I want to say to you is that I've got kids to raise, guys, so I can't come do free events forever. If you want to learn how to make more money, there's a completely free event coming up in your city. Likewise, you want to learn about the art of attraction, make sure that you get out to the free event. You want to learn about how to get more spiritually tapped in. You want to make great friends. You want to get a good network. You want to eventually have a family. You want to have your own family someday? Tristan, you ever want to have a family?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Wait,
Okay.
can I see the video that I was in?
I can definitely show you that video. It's okay, in just a second, buddy. So look, you want to have your own family someday. Why don't you come and actually learn about how to meet people and have a great family, okay? So click the link below. Making money, learning about social skills, getting spiritually tapped in, building a network, meeting me in person. Charlotte, Atlanta, Nashville, LA, San Fran, Portland, Seattle, Salt Lake, Denver, New York City, Minnesota, Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis, Austin, Dallas, Houston. They're all coming up, and a bunch more cities. Click the link. I will be there in person, meeting you and letting you know about, this is a Pilates machine, by the way, letting you know about all these topics, working with you in person and taking you to the promised land. I promise you, you come to this thing, your life is going to change profoundly, but catch it while I'm doing it. I got a family to raise. Not doing these forever, okay? I'll see you soon. Excited to meet you in person, to become your homie, to build a relationship for life. That gives us an expanding energy. But we also attach to the returning energy, which means that as we die, we attach to the return energy. Pay attention, okay? Pay attention. Okay, we attach to the energy return. What is the energy return? It means you're dying. So in other words, by attaching to the energy of return, that's like what Brady did when he was gonna lose. He went, I'm dying. I'm gonna lose another Super Bowl. Fuck, okay? Fuck. Okay? How bad do you guys think it is to be losing a Super Bowl? I mean, why is the Super Bowl so entertaining to watch? It's so high stakes, right? But Super Bowl's not, or NBA championship, whatever, it's not a normal game. You're not really watching sports at that point, are you? You're really watching spirituality. It's not sports anymore. Do you guys understand why? I mean, it is sports, but it's not. Watching me now at this level of public speaking is not public speaking. This isn't public speaking I'm doing. This is spirituality. How am I doing what I'm doing right now? It's spirituality. It's not, you can't learn a technique for what I'm doing. Okay? Like, the biggest marketer probably in the country sent me a text, who I coach him. I coach him from 3 mil to 30 mil. He sent me a text this morning. Hey, dude, I want to be able to present more spontaneously on the stage and just go, kind of like what you're doing. I find I heavily respond on structured presentation rehearsals. What would you suggest to do? That's one of the top sales coaches and marketers in the country. And he knows that his coaches can't do what he learned from me. So he's like, how do I do it? At that level, and now he's the top sales trainer in the whole country. Okay, he's doing tens of millions. He'll probably be worth $1 billion before he dies. I coached him from when he was at 3 million. So he's asking that because he's like, why can't my technique get you to the same level that you're at? Because my average close rate's around 90% of a room. His average close rate, which is world class, is 30. Do you guys understand 30 is world class? Who here was at Miami Free Tour? What percentage of the room was buyers in that room?
Oh, 90.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. So imagine the top sales trader in the world is watching this quirky Eckhart Tolle stand and is like, but he's not even doing all the little PowerPoint. Okay? There was guys, I was the founder along with Mystery. Mystery was the OG, but I was the main proponent of techniques and techniques-based social skills. I would coach guys on this, train them on it, and then around 2000, like 20 years ago, I discarded most of it, and they still do technique-based, and I will be out with them, okay, and they'll be doing their little technique, talking to a girl, and I look at the girl from across the room, and she will jump off them and jump onto me and start making out with me. I just look. Now, a lot of those guys, by the way, I'm friends with them, and they hate me. Because when they're around me, that keeps happening. And so they hate me because they're like, look, you always fuck me over. You always fuck me over. I'm like, no. I'm trying to show you something. I'm not going to say a name, but I met up with like a certain looks maxer, okay? And when I'm not going to say a name. And I met up with that guy, and he was with his girlfriend. And what happened was his girlfriend started jumping all over me. I didn't sleep with her, but I wanted him to see it. Why did I want, a lot of people ask me, they say, hey, could you show that guy the truth about the truth? Yeah. If you know what I'm saying? They're like, do any of you guys just wish I'd show him? I did. I already did. Okay, it's private matter. I already did. His girlfriend's crawling on me, and I did nothing. I didn't get plastic surgery, okay? What do you think that did to his brain watching Santa Claus, motherfucker, with his girlfriend crawling over him? Okay, but I didn't do that to clown him, dude. I didn't have sex with her. I'm trying to show him he doesn't need plastic surgery. I'm trying to show him something. Okay, so I have friends that would do technique stuff, and I would just look, and their girls would jump on me, and they'd be like, you're always jacking me. I'm like, dude, I'm not jacking you, bro. I can talk to somebody else. And I know it sounds like an excuse, like I'm like making an excuse, like jacking my friends' girls. I'm not showing that to try to gank them. I'm their friends. I'll do catch and release and put them right back on them. I'll just leave. I just want them to see it. I just want them to see it. They're in control. They're not seeing the Tao. But you know what these guys will say? Because I'm into spirituality and they're into technique, they'll say, Owen's into all this woo-woo stuff. He's not a real closer like me. I'm a closer. I'm about closing those sales and getting laid or whatever, right? I'm like, I am 50 times your results. Like the top closer in the country who's at 30% is calling me who's at 90% in many rooms. And he's going, teach me how to sell. But he can't figure out why. And he's like, it's weird how you just go vacationing and don't even try and you make more money than me. Do you guys understand that when you go into nature, you make millions from it? I also make $5,000 every time I jerk off as a side point. All these no fab guys, they're like, don't fab. I'm like, when I don't fuck that night and I work, I make money. So I average every time I jerked off to $5,000. Anyway, side point. Okay, so because what is that no fab shit? It's like, if you don't go and fuck and spend 6 hours fucking someone and you work, takes you 5 minutes to jerk off, takes you 6 hours to meet someone and fuck, I just don't understand how that's, anyway, I'm done. Okay, so side point. How come I go in nature, I make more money?
Because you're able to as an active source.
Okay, let me show you something fucked up. You want to hear the weirdest thing I'll say today? And I said some pretty weird stuff today. Yeah. Want something even weirder?
Yeah.
I am the redwood forest.
Woo! Yeah. Down there?
I am, yeah, exactly. No, actually down there I'm a little wet carrot. Okay, I am reishi mushroom. I am the $1,500 bottle of ginseng that I take.
What about chaga?
I'm chaga too. Yeah. I'm also my exes, who are lovely women. I'm also Kobe Bryant. I am Kobe Bryant. I am Eckhart Tolle. What does this mean? I'm clowning you, but what do I mean? This will be a great clip.
One consciousness.
Everything's connected.
Guys, have you ever met a great girl that you slept with for a while? And yeah, at the end she turned a fucking demon. But while you were with her and she was a little angel for a bit, until you failed the shit test. Okay, did she leave an imprint on your soul?
Yeah.
Are there things that she imprinted on you, maybe deeper levels of empathy that she taught you?
Yep. Yeah.
That you learned from her? Mm-hmm. Maybe ways of accessing a flow state. Like women are, like on one level they're like hypergamous little creatures, and they are. I mean, come on, stop it. Anyone says they're not, like dude, stop it. Just shut the fuck up, okay? Total hypergamy, like hypergamy cookie monsters. But are they also kind of oracles at the same time?
Yeah.
There's, like men, there's a toxic version, a good version, right? Men have it too. Men go to war, they kill each other, but there's a good version of men. Same as women, they have toxic version, they have a good version. So good aspects. So what is the oracle nature of a woman?
She's able to tap into flow super well, easy.
I mean, have you guys all learned from women how to access joy, playfulness, and flow?
Yeah.
Okay, so does that imprint of that girl reside within you now?
Yeah.
So is the only extension of you just that you made a kid and you're like average genes reproduce? Is that the only extension of you?
No.
What else is an extension of you? What else is an extension of you?
All of the connection that you had.
It's the energy that you put elsewhere. Why did I go see Kobe every game I could?
To absorb his essence.
Yeah, that's real. Why do I go into the mountains in Montana?
Absorb their essence.
Because God is in the mountains of Montana, okay? When I'm in nature, up in the mountains, and a grizzly bear walks right by me, and I got my little bear spray can, my only between life and death is a can of spray, okay? And the bear looks at you, and you're up in the mountains deep. Let me ask you a question. There's not a lot of bears out there right now, right? What do you think this country looked like 15,000 years ago?
Tons of bears. Fucking bears everywhere.
Bears everywhere. Native Americans lived with bears everywhere. And they didn't have bear spray, which is actually pretty good defense, actually, by the way. They didn't have a gun. So imagine we want to go to Pura Vida right now, and we're going to see at least 2 bears on the way there. That's how they lived. But you want to get real? You want me to mind fuck you into oblivion?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to whip my cock out, okay? Watch this. What was the name of the bear? Get ready, okay? Like, yo, pay attention. Pay attention. What was the name of the bear that lived 11,000 years ago?
Short-faced bear?
It's called the short-faced bear. Pull out your phone right now. This was 11, guys, is 11,000 years that far ago?
Nope.
Like guys, 11,000, over the course of human history, look up the bear that lived 11,000 years ago. Whoa. Guys.
They're twice as big as a grizzly bear that can run at 50 miles an hour.
Guys. Look this up. I'm repetitive to draw to. Why when I go guys, what am I trying to do as a teacher right now? I'm trying to not let you off the hook. I use repetitive words to not let you off the hook. I'm not letting you off the hook. Let it land that you are that, okay? You know those little teeth you have and all that? You defended against that. Now, to be fair, my boy didn't actually have to defend against the short-faced bear, but we had other shit we defended against, okay? So, okay, Neanderthals, and then we fucked some of them. Then we have a small percentage of them in the gene, okay? Do you guys see the short-faced bear? Describe the short-faced bear. What is it?
Enormous.
How big?
Like, stands up.
Do you know how scary a regular bear is?
Yep. Very.
How much scarier is the short-faced bear?
Short-faced bear on all fours can look at you in the eye.
No, much taller. How tall is the short-faced bear on hand legs?
Hind legs, 11.
Okay, it's 11 feet tall. Is that the height?
It's over 11 feet.
How tall is it on hind legs? How tall can it stand up to?
It gets up to 12 feet.
It's 14 feet.
14, imagine a 14-foot bear, ultra fast, killing machine. What other animals lived 11,000 years ago?
Saber-toothed tiger.
Saber-toothed tiger skulls are littered across the country. You know, say you're in Alaska, you find a saber-toothed tiger skull, you think you can sell it for millions, right? It's scraps. They won't give you $1 for it. I mean, maybe $1, but you know my point, right? Why don't they care if you find a saber-toothed tiger skull?
They're fucking everywhere.
Everywhere. Look up a saber-toothed tiger right now. Look it up. Even the wolves back then, I think it's called a dire wolf or something. Okay, they tried to like replicate the gene of it now, but it's kind of not real, but kind of is. Okay? That's what you came from. Okay? That is your degree of instincts. Is this just a rant? Why am I saying this?
That's what our potential is.
What degree of consciousness did you have to operate in for that kind of environment?
All of us. Higher.
You have to be hyper.
Could the average chump at Walmart with Cheetos handle the dire wolf or the fucking, okay? You handled that. Now, to be fair, we struggled to get across the Bering Straits because that was part of a problem, but eventually those animals are gone. We eventually handled that, okay? Your mind is more than you think it is. That's why I'm drawing your attention to this, okay? So now, let's go back on the sports thing. So when Brady is down 28-3, what gear is he tapping into?
Down all the way.
It's the Tao, okay? So in Zen teaching, guys like Eckhart Tolle or other Zen teachers, they say, come sit at the feet of the master, and then what'll happen is when you sit at the feet of the master, your soul lights on fire, okay? So in other words, a great Zen teacher can wake somebody up by a transmission. Eckhart Tolle is a Zen teacher. Who else is a Zen teacher?
You.
Kobe, and me a bit too. Kobe. Why is Kobe a Zen teacher?
Was.
He's still here, he's not dead. He's in the room. Why is Kobe a Zen teacher? Kobe is not dead. You are at risk of dying, not Kobe. Kobe is not at risk of dying.
He's a legend.
He's a legend. His energy was contained in that body. Okay, it's in a body. But as people are watching him, that is being diffused. Look, he's got beautiful kids. One passed away in the helicopter. He's got kids, right? What is a greater expansion of Kobe? His couple kids that'll have a couple more kids, or the millions of people that were energized by the Mamba mentality? Now, Kobe believed that he had to become better than who to be the best? Michael Jordan, right? But what did Kobe realize? Now, Kobe, here's what's interesting about Kobe. Everyone has a spiritual destiny, okay? Watch this. Everyone has a spiritual destiny. Was Kobe Bryant's, how come Kobe was allowed by God to get 5 championships, but not 6? How come Kobe was allowed to come a hair's breadth under Michael, but couldn't beat Michael? How come Kobe couldn't beat Michael? What was that intended to teach Kobe by God?
He was comparing himself to Michael rather than just being.
Louder.
He was comparing himself to Michael rather than just being.
Okay, so Kobe became a 99% version of Michael. To me, better. What would have happened if Kobe was better than Michael? What would that have reinforced in Kobe?
Ego. Just focus on outcome.
Focus on outcome. Now, what is Kobe's? So Michael Jordan's version of success was going out in the blaze of glory, right? Before the Wizards version, but going out in blaze of glory in Game 6, right? Greatest, I mean, what an iconic shot against the Utah Jazz, right? Okay, now, Kobe, what was Kobe's version of the Game 6 winning shot by Michael?
Against the Celtics.
That is part of it, but there's even something more powerful than that for Kobe.
Was it the fact that he was just so obsessed with the process? Like,
Yep.
completely
Yep.
encapsulate the process?
Yeah. What is Kobe's, you're on the right track. What is Kobe's, part of it was a 60-point game at the end, which I'll cover in a minute, but what is Kobe's end image that we'll all remember Kobe for?
Achilles.
The Achilles. What did Kobe do in excruciating pain when he tore his Achilles?
Shot the free throw.
Did he get carried out there?
He walked off.
What did he look like when he shot the free throws? Was he in pain? Did he show pain?
No.
He walked out and he knew his career was over. Do you understand? It was everything he dedicated himself to was over. He recognized in that moment that he was never going to beat Jordan. He was never going to be able to get the outcome he wanted. And when he realized in that moment it was literally all about the journey. It was not going to be about the outcome. It was about the journey. And he dropped 2 free throws. Kyrie Irving was inspired by that and actually had a bad injury and was inspired by that as well. But Kobe did that. So what is the iconic image that Kobe leaves us with in those 2 shots that he sunk? It's not about beating Jordan. It's not a dick measuring contest. You know, we all love a great dick measuring contest, right? That's why we have the Washington Monument, right? How do we honor George Washington, the ultimate alpha? A giant cock in the middle of Washington, right? But it was not a dick measuring contest. It was Kobe's ability to inspire. It's not about the championship. It's about the energy contained in him. Some people have more skills. Some people have less skills, right? Some people have more. Some people have less. Some people have more talent. Some people have less, whatever. Jordan had the big hands. Hard to compete against a guy who can just do this with a ball, right? But he was able to go into the present moment, which then allowed him to emanate that out to me. So if Kobe's in this room, Kobe's impact can be greater, not via the outcome, but via the state of what? What? Consciousness. Say a state of consciousness. Okay? So understand, so at that level, when Brady's down 23-8, what's happening to Brady?
He's thinking about outcome.
Yeah, that's how he got down, because he could have won. So he starts missing his throws. So what has to happen? So why does Brady shift the energy? What is God showing Brady? Just have fun, man. You already lost. Here's what you guys don't understand. That loss is a microcosm of what? Death. Death. We've already lost. The body's gonna die anyway. You're not gonna remember this shit. Okay? So we can't even find success in accomplishment in some ways. The success is a vehicle to the state of consciousness. You'll go out and you'll get laid or not get laid, whatever, right? But it's the expansion of the state of consciousness that will make the difference of what you'll carry with you after you die. So is that an excuse to not get results and to be a celibate eunuch? No, it's not. It's also not an excuse not to win a championship. You want to also win a championship, but you have to understand that there's 2 layers of the game being played at the same time, okay? Now, let me bring it full circle. If we are built in our bodies to fight a short-faced bear, okay? Like, just go home and research that. That is the vehicle to understand what we can do. And we fought other things, not just a short-faced bear, okay? So now, what would the state of consciousness have been like in a primitive man out in nature? No job, Rolex, Lambo, anything like that, right? So you're in nature, okay? Imagine this. For most of our existence, we're in nature. I want you to pause and consider this. Even when we go into Montana, what do we have in the forest if we're just going around? Let this land. This is fucked up. If we're in Alaska and we go hiking, say we want to go hike up the side of a glacier in Seward or something like that. What are we hiking? Are we hiking in the brush?
You're hiking in a trail.
In a trail. You guys ever been deep in nature on a trail? Mm-hmm. Pretty cool, right? Imagine there's no trail. Pause. Imagine there's no trail. Now, there would have been some trails. If you've seen the movie Apocalypto, you know that the natives would have had a bit of a trail. But were they mostly in a trail? So what reality did you live in? An endless expanse of nature with animals everywhere, okay? Do you guys now see why women have hypergamy? Do you feel a little bit less annoyed by hypergamy when you think that we came from that? Does it make sense now why you can't be a beta bitch? Like, I just wish that they could love me for my beta self. Does that make a bit more sense when there's a short-faced bear about to put in them? If you had a short-faced bear about to put in your butt, would you, you know what I'm saying, right? So, okay, I'd have hypergamy too, okay? So in an endless expanse of wilderness without even mostly trails. So you're in this endless expanse with no limit to it, okay? And maybe you're like a Native American tribe living in Monument Valley. Have you guys ever seen Monument Valley? Yeah. Okay, listen to me carefully. Repeat this after me. Go to Monument Valley. Take the tour. Go in there, okay? Go in there and imagine what their spiritual beliefs would have been. Talk to the Native Americans that live there. Pay them, okay? Pay them. I've done all this. My kids have done this, okay? Pay them money. Go into Navajo Nation, okay? Go into Navajo Nation, pay money to their poor, decimated culture. Go see some of the native reserves and how they were decimated. Go back to the trailer park areas where no one has straight teeth almost, and it's a mess, and the decimated culture. Go see all this, okay? See what happens when the darkness comes in, okay? The darkness. Do you understand? Native Americans have to rise up. Do you understand? So, they have to rise up, and not just through complaining, okay? Now, okay, it's more than that. You can't just complain your way out of this. So now, go in there and see it, okay, with your own eyes, what can happen, okay? And go in and see it and make it real, okay? Then what you gotta do, go in and see it, and go see what their culture came from, okay? And they were not perfect. They want to guilt trip everybody. They're perfect. They were scalping people. All humans are fucked up. I don't care, guy, girl, this race. They're all fucked up, okay? They sold each other out. We sold each other. Everyone's a fucking mess. That's why Jesus says, don't judge the chip in your brother's eye. You have a plank in your own eye. Be on your lane. So anyway, point is, go in there and see it. And imagine the state of consciousness of endless expansive nature, threats everywhere, and somehow carving out a lane to find happiness. What kind of state of mind would they have been in, the ones who are thriving at least? What kind of state of mind? What would that have looked like? What does it look like? And how does it differ from our state of mind?
They'd probably be fully present. How present would they have to be? As present as they could be.
Okay, could they be like these dumb fucks outside Walmart smoking a joint, eating Cheetos, and beating up their wife, who's also their cousin? Okay, so Okay, but you know, to be fair, back then probably they did fuck their cousin more. But anyway, so what I'm trying to show here is they would have a capacity to use humor to stay in a good state. They'd be in a flow, and they'd be in expansion, but also they're connected to the infinite. They live and they die, and there's a recognition that that spirit that animates them animates their elders. There's a sense of continuity. There's rituals. There's rituals where a boy becomes a man. There's a clear cleaving of that. There's a chance for accomplishment, and there's a chance to have stress in front of them in order to have a rebirth into adulthood, okay? There's books, Sam Keen, Fire in the Belly. Repeat that after me. Sam Keen, Fire in the Belly. Iron John by Robert Bly. Okay. King, Magician, Warrior, Lover by, is it Robert Mead who wrote that, is it? Help me out here, guys. Yeah, my generation was a generation of readers, sorry, TikTokers. Wake up and read, okay? So these were books that were commonly read. We understood there's rituals, yep. Robert Blyer and John, Sam King, Fire in the Belly. I believe it was Robert Mead, King, Warrior, Magician, Lovers. By the way, there was a men's movement. It was called the mytho-poetic men's movement. In the 90s, it was mocked out of existence, much like my movement was also plugged out of existence as well, but mine was more aggressive. Now, how they came at us. Now, okay, so try to follow here, okay? I'm a repository of ancient history because I'm a little bit older. I come from old school self-development. I have the culture of Escalating in me, old school S, like Earnhardt seminars trading, mind dynamics, Tony Robbins, Jim Rohn. I'm old school, okay? I've been around all the generations of personal growth. I've seen all this stuff. I'm a historian of personal growth. The way Kobe was a student of history of the game and studied all the greats, I've studied all the greats that I could get my hands on personal growth. I've sat at the feet of the masters. I've been everywhere, okay? But why do I also spend a lot, again, just to review, why do I spend a lot of time in nature?
To experience.
I'm there to connect to nature, to the infinite, because it teaches you things, okay? But you have to be able to open your perception to learn, okay? If I bring a lot of buddies of mine into nature, look, I always give a hard time. Marcel, who's actually better at making money than I am, and I made a lot of money, but Marcel's made even more, he can't go in nature yet. Do you guys know that? Why can't he go in nature yet?
He doesn't have an appreciation.
He doesn't have a palate for it. Now, he's only 27. He doesn't need to have a palate for it. I didn't have a huge palate for it at 27 either. Marcel, who will watch this video after I die, Marcel will watch this. Marcel cannot watch this, by the way. He can't. Why can't he watch this?
He doesn't have time.
Marcel is a generational talent. He's another Kobe, okay? Marcel is a once-in-a-generation talent. His skills are beyond... Marcel's skills are beyond your imagination. You guys have no idea this guy's skill set, okay? I've mentored him since he's 19. But you've got to understand, this guy's skill set is his skill set is dangerously good. Do you guys understand what I'm telling you?
Yes.
It's too good, okay? It's too good. Do you understand what I mean by too good? One person, it's questionable if they should be that good. It's maybe not good for somebody to be that good. That's how good he is. Who here's ever seen him doing some shocking things? Put your hands up. Do you guys know what I'm referring to by too good? Could you refer to the audience how good I'm
He
talking?
can get you to do anything against your will. You have no control over your mind like you think you do. Whatever you tell yourself, oh, I wouldn't do that. It's complete bullshit.
It's too good.
Yeah.
And he's the only one who could do it. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Do you understand what I'm telling you?
He says he needs consent to do it because he'll scare you if you actually know the truth.
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay? Do you understand what I'm telling you? Okay? What does that maybe mean? What does that maybe speak to about massive world wars and bad things that happen about the ability to mind control? What does that mean?
Humans are completely malleable.
Yes, malleability. Okay? What does that mean even about atrocities? Like, you ever seen a case where, like, you know, maybe in Vegas, some guy goes and shoots up a concert, and then the guy who did it dies, and then his brother's like, I don't remember the guy's name, the shooter, but he's like, Fred just seems like a nice guy. He just likes Pokemon cards. Like, what the fuck? And we're like, how'd that happen? Wake up! Wake up! Alarm! Alarm! Wake up! But it's too much for people to hear, okay? I'll leave you alone with that, so you don't have to be scared, okay? So just wake the fuck up, okay? He's too good. Now, he is on his journey, and he is traveling through a paradigm right now. So when me and him are talking, we communicate. Marcel will not see this till I'm dead. He'll watch this after I'm dead. He's gonna go, oh, like that. He will get there later, okay? He's there, and he's a master of, you guys just wanna learn how to bank cash? You might wanna learn from the guy, okay? So he's right, you wanna learn influence? Learn from the guy. Everyone's a different paradigm. Paradigms I haven't reached. He's there. He cannot see past that because he does not currently have the eyes to see. So when him and I hang out, I cannot explain to him what I know. His mind, what do you think will happen if I attempt to explain it to him?
It'll filter it out.
But he can't. He'll go like that. He'll be, pussy, gotta fuck more pussy. Okay? And he fucks a lot of pussy. I mean, dude. My God. Holy shit. Okay, like, you wanna know what it looks like? He'll have a party where there's 30 different girls there that he's been with, and they fight over him like a fish fighting over a lure. It's hysterical. Okay? It's crazier than you think. Now, okay, that's where a lot of my insights come from, just watching that. I'm like, dude, like, he's like hypergamy exhibit A, okay? Like hypergamy exhibit, like every like red pill guy would watch. I'd be like, look, okay? So, and the things they'll do, the ways that they'll bend themselves to just chase him for a bone, it's the craziest thing you've ever seen. So anyway, so he's got it, right? But so he's basically like a Jedi, okay? So you have different Jedi that's what I'm trying to show you guys. It's like intro to Jedi skills. He's like a Jedi that has a very, very specific skill set, but that capacity to control the external world is both a power and what?
Liability.
So think about it like this, right? Why is that blocking him? What would Eckhart Tolle say about how it blocks him?
Kind of like a trust fund baby. He doesn't need to like hustle and work hard to get to that next level.
He does work hard.
Right.
But watch, because he built, by the way, let me say some things about Marcel. Marcel pays his parents' mortgage, pays for his parents to have everything. He invites his parents to all his parties. He's also Jewish and invites like nerdy, very nerdy Jewish community members to his parties. Like he'll be throwing, like he's the mentor of Jake Paul. Did you guys see what Jake Paul did? Guys, listen to what I'm telling you. This is another short-faced bear moment. What did Jake Paul used to do?
YouTube. Goofing videos.
When did Marcel start coaching Jake?
Before I started boxing full time.
Correct. How much money did Jake make now?
60 million.
Have you guys, this is not bullshit, guys. Have you seen the videos of Jake getting coached by Marcel and talking about Marcel? Have you seen it?
Yeah.
You might want to look that up. Let it land what I'm talking about here, okay? Now, by the way, all the brainwashing in the world did not get him past that big, what's his name, the big guy? Anthony Joshua. There is a limit. Jedi powers have a limit. It's called Anthony Joshua, okay? We all want to be Anthony Joshua, okay? He ain't getting past Anthony. No one's getting past Anthony Joshua. I don't care how much you got hypnotized. But what I'm getting at here, okay, try to focus. So there's a paradigm, right? So because he is so powerful at controlling the physical world, okay? So he's a Jedi. Do you guys understand what I mean by a Jedi?
Yes.
What does a Jedi mean? What do I mean by Marcel's an actual Jedi? There's no real Jedi, but like what you think of as a Jedi, what does that mean?
The drones you're looking for.
He knows the Force.
Yep. I mean, he's worse than what Luke could do. Yeah. So what's that? Guys, Marcel takes me out to Universal Studios on Halloween Horror Night when there's 3-hour lines, and he just walks to me to the front line and goes, let us in, and we just walk through every line. Marcel sees someone on the street, he goes, here, give me your wallet. The guy will give him his wallet, he'll walk off, he'll go, hey, I got your wallet. He just does this all day as a joke. He always gives it back, he doesn't need the money. Okay? So imagine this happening all day. Okay? As he drives around in millions of dollars in supercars in a $48 million mansion with women crawling all over him, running seminars. Do you understand how cartoonish this is? Guys, this is all documented, okay? It's all documented. This is not like me making this up. Go look this shit up, okay? This is what happens when the right student meets the right mentor. But what is the limit of what I can show him? Why can't I show him what I'm showing you here? He cannot be even in this room. There's a force field preventing him from being in this room. What is the force field? Now, he'll get here. He'll watch this after my death. And he'll go, why didn't you tell me? He'll keep saying, why didn't he tell me? Why didn't he tell me? But I can't tell him. Why can't I tell him?
He will listen.
He's traveling through a very specific reality tunnel, just like a homeless person. But at each paradigm, have you ever tried to talk to a homeless person and just say, why don't you just get a job at McDonald's so you can earn $1? So you have some pride. You ever tried to do that?
Yeah.
If I take a homeless person, bring them to my mansion, and I do a little makeover on them, get them a barber, all that, what happens when I do that for them? Can they see that?
No.
Can they see it? No. Why not? They're in a reality tunnel. Have you ever noticed that you can doom scroll all day, but when you go to read Ayn Rand Atlas Shrugged that would change your life, that's 1,500 pages, you need a nap? Who here's read Atlas Shrugged? Did you ever notice that when it got really high level, you needed a nap? Okay, you don't even take naps. You haven't taken a nap since the early 2000s. But you start to read Atlas Shrugged that would change your life, and you need a nap. Now you say that Atlas Shrugged is too long because it's a big break book, but yet you doom scroll more. What is the essence of doom scrolling? Of why you keep doing it? What is it?
Shuts your brain off.
We think it's dopamine, right? That is a level of truth. That we get fast dopamine, it rewires the brain. But there's another level of truth. What does this do? Tell me even 5 minutes of what you learned from doing this.
Nothing.
You can't. There's like some stuff, you know what I mean, right? There is, but it's not what you think, right? What is the mind doing in that reality tunnel that makes you doom scroll? Why do you think you doom scroll? What is it? What is the addiction?
You're escaping the present moment.
Bingo. And there's another key. It wastes your time. The addiction, now wasted time, a metaphor for wasted time, starts with a D. What is a metaphor for wasted time?
Demon.
Say it.
Death.
Death. Why does wasted time represent death?
Because you don't get that time back.
Why does wasted time represent death?
Because you never get that time back.
It's death. It's actually as some people, it's the French called orgasm, but I like an orgasm. What is it? It's a little death. It's the energy of death. The greatest spiritual concept on earth, in my view, but there's probably a better one, I don't know. Repeat this after me, say the word what else?
What else?
Okay? So, watch this. You're smoking weed. Why is smoking weed death?
Waste your
Dumbing your
time.
brain.
Why is smoking weed death? Look, we think of death as your body dies and then you don't exist, right? But if you go unconscious, you also don't exist, right? And if you go unconscious, then time is removed from you, right? So then it's death while the body survives. It's not as bad, so to speak, as actual death because you can come back from it, but it is a loss of life, of vitality, expansion, right? So you're going into death. Now, why is it then, so when someone's watching the Kardashians, what is the reason why they can watch that, but maybe not something eye-opening like World War II Greatest Events in Color? Like, how come you know about the Kardashians but not the short-faced bear? You see I know that's a dumb analogy, but do you see where I'm taking this? What is the short-faced bear awareness? Which is a really dumb way to put it, but I'm trying to just jog your brain here. What does it mean that you acknowledge the short-faced bear? To acknowledge a short-faced bear, what does it mean?
It means you understand that you're an animal.
What does it mean that you acknowledge that there was a short-faced bear?
You're acknowledging uncomfortable truth.
And what is that truth?
That you're inferior.
Inferiority, perhaps. But actually, I go the opposite because we survived it. So what is the actual uncomfortable truth?
That
Not living up to
you're all-knowing and superior and just like one with God.
Realization of your greatness.
Yes.
Your potential.
Yes, that's what it is. It shows what your consciousness was. It shows what we were. Do you understand what we were? Okay? It's what we were. I think that you see examples of this in your regular life because I think you're around people that have this. Okay? So I want to deepen your understanding of it in your coaching so that you can travel them there because I think you have this. Okay? So understand that what are some of the access points of this? Brady believes he'll lose. Why does his belief in loss allow him to attach to the Tao's energy of return? What's happening there?
Let go.
When Brady accepts that he's dead, in that game at least, and he accepts it fully, what is that state called when he accepts death? What is the state called?
Acceptance.
What is the state called?
Enlightenment.
It's called, say the word non-resistance. Absolute non-resistance. Okay? It's absolute non-resistance. Got it? So now, in a state of non-resistance, like you know you're going to lose, what does that liberate in the mind when you just love that you're going to lose? Let me explain this to you, okay? Watch. Okay, so say that Brady loses the game, right? He loses the game. He's going to get old, maybe get Alzheimer's, maybe get metabolic syndrome, maybe get cancer, maybe just dies in his sleep. He's going to get old and frail and die. Guys, we don't even know if AI is going to kill all of us in a year and a half. Huh? Yeah. So understand, or whatever, right? So understand, you accept death. You're going to lose the game anyway. You can't win in this world. There's victories in this world, but there's no ultimate victories in this world. Now, what do I say about people that, well, I won't say the word, but what did I say earlier about people that spiritually bypass? Let's just say whack. We'll go whack. Okay, so why do we need to win, and yet the win is not the win? Why do we need to win? It's so we don't spiritual bypass. Say the words, don't spiritual bypass.
Don't spiritual bypass.
So we have to win, but the win is not the win. You see that? Kobe Bryant had to win to elevate, but why? He never did beat Jordan, right? He has to win, but what is the win? It's not just the championship.
He realizes that's not the actual win.
It's the state of consciousness. Let me ask you a pop quiz. Who won more? Michael Jordan wins 6 championships, kind of becomes a bit of a bitter old guy, hates Scottie Pippen, hates Charles Barkley, has all the money in the world but kind of grumpy, still petty, goes and does his Hall of Fame speech, and once he do half the speech, complains. I mean, it's kind of funny if we're being honest. It's kind of hilarious. Yep.
Okay, real question. You said that Marcel is a copy of this generation, right?
Yep.
Marcel, he's huge, especially Tony Robbins.
Yep.
Tony Robbins is huge.
Yep.
Same thing, right?
Tony's also caught in that paradigm, by the way.
But do you think Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Marcel inspires to be like Kobe Bryant? Do you think Marcel could help us in trajectory?
Here's what we'll do. I'll take us there. I'll land the plane for you, okay? Give me a minute. Watch. You trust me?
I do.
I'll land the plane for you, okay? Watch this. So here's what you have. Okay, so basically you have Michael Jordan wins the 6 chips, drinks alcohol, smokes cigars, and he's still angry about beefs from 20 years ago. Won't even talk to poor little Scottie Pippen, who made way less money than he should have got. He's mad at Barkley, he's mad at everybody, right? But he lived a long life. Kobe gets an Achilles injury, sinks into 2 shots, and dies in a helicopter crash. Who's the winner?
Kobe. No one.
Infinity is actually bigger than this. It's unlimited. But let's just imagine it for our little feeble human mind. Infinity's like that. Out of infinity, how big is the human 80 years, whatever?
Nothing.
Okay? Infinity. What does it matter? What did Jesus teach us about this? What does it matter what you gain in life if you lose your soul? So infinity is like life is this, right? Oh, a bad thing happened to me, a bad thing happened to me, bad thing happened to us, bad thing happened to me. That's this. Okay? That's this. But in infinity, it's so much bigger. It's not this to this. It's endless space to this. What is space even meant to teach you when you look upon space? Expansion. So what does the city lights do to us?
Disconnects us from the entire cosmos.
Yeah, so what did we get every night before city lights? Every night.
Milky Way.
What do we get every night? What do we get every night?
I don't know. What do we get?
Stars. What is looking at the stars train you on?
How small you are. Humility.
What is looking at the stars train you on?
How small you are?
Yeah. So in recognition of that smallness, what does that allow us to do to attach to the return energy of the Tao? What's it do? When you know that you can win 6 championships and it all doesn't matter, it matters on one layer of the world, it matters the most of anything. But there's another layer where it doesn't matter. Jesus' body's dead. There's a layer that it doesn't matter, right? what does it mean with the energy? So the energy of the world of the 10,000 things in the Tao, what does the world of the 10,000 things mean? It's not, there's more than 10,000 things in the world. What is the world of the 10,000 things? What is it? It's the world of form. It's a championship. It's a girl. It's a money, right? That's the world of 10,000 things. But there's a layer past the world of the 10,000 things, right? So what happens is part of that energy is an energy of expansion, and part of that energy is an energy of death. Every one of us, our body's already dead. It's dying. How are you gonna die? You ever think about that? Are any of you guys prepared to die? Have you thought about how you're gonna die? It's coming, okay? I could write a whole seminar on how to die. Death mastery, okay? So if we know that death is coming, right? We can connect, but even when we die, is that the biggest flaw, or is that actually our best opportunity? What does Eckhart Tolle teach us about death? What is death according to Eckhart? Do you know?
Just the death of the physical body.
Yeah, and so what is the opportunity that many people achieve upon death?
Coming back.
Enlightenment. Why do we have the opportunity to achieve enlightenment as we approach death, but in a private plane with money, bitches, all that, it's harder? Why is it, you asked the question about why would Marcel have a harder time attaching an energy that really just comes from approaching death when he's got 9 supercars, $48 million mansion, and superpowers? Why does it make it hard to access that when you have Jedi powers? What's that? More to lose, but also he's being fed by expansion currently. When will he have enlightenment?
On the return.
Guys, let me ask you a question. You ever think I lost all my money before?
Yes.
How many times do you think I've gone from multi-millionaire to broke? It's been real bad, guys. You've seen what's happened to me, right? I make it look good, right? You never really know when I'm getting fucking raped in the ass, right? You're like, you never really quite know. You know that I chose a controversial niche, and bad things happen if you know the history. So I've been up, I've been down. I've been in a wheelchair, I got an autistic son, plenty of things that have happened to me, okay? Where do you find the next layer? Is it in, oh, I got more stuff, or is it in loss?
Loss.
Okay, so that's why we're not meant to win all the time. When you look in the stars and you see how small you are, is that growth or loss to your ego?
Loss.
When you go into Montana and see a bear and you're up in the mountains, is that growth or loss to your ego? Okay, now if it's lost to your ego, what dimension of yourself does that tap you into? Eternal. So is it loss or is it expansion?
Expansion.
Am I speaking to you now through ego or through an expanded state?
Expanded state.
Okay, now is this just coming to me or am I pre-planning it on a PowerPoint?
Coming to you. Coming to you.
Is what you see me do now similar to what you saw me doing when meeting women last night?
Yes.
Can you see the similarities?
Yeah.
So how am I able to just free associate when I'm out?
You're connected to that energy.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Ego death.
Got it?
Ish.
So how do I become the best public speaker in the world?
Die.
I'm dead. When Kobe goes for 81 points, is he thinking about it? How's he do it?
He's dead.
How's he get 81?
He's just focused on the task at hand. And he's dead.
He's dead. How many thoughts do I have in my brain right now?
0.
Am I like, I'm Owen, I'm a balding ginger, I'm a little bit autistic, I have this. Here's what you guys don't know. You've heard me say I'm autistic. I am lightly autistic, I have Asperger's. Okay, think about this, okay? I have Asperger's. Now, do any of you guys ever wonder, well, how does he know he's autistic? You know, how does he even know he's autistic? How might I know what the symptoms of autism are?
You grew up like that.
Because my son Vincent is completely autistic. He's almost nonverbal. So I know the symptoms of autism because I have therapists in the house, and that's when I figured it out. I was like, oh shit, that's what that is. Okay? My genetics probably don't react well to vaccination. Now, okay, I'm not an expert, I'm just guessing. I'm not trying to tell you what to think. Speculative, just guessing, entertainment purpose only. Not giving medical advice, okay? That's true. True, no advice. Okay, now pay attention, okay? So, who's the most socially aware, socially intelligent, and socially calibrated person you've ever seen in your life based on what you saw of me in the field last night?
You.
If I go into my brain that is not able to see social cues, what happens to me?
Go back to being autistic.
Yep. Ask my friends. Ask my friends what I look like when I get tired. It's true. Yeah, ask my friends. In addition, I also have depression. I have suicidal depression from trauma. I got news for you. Do any of you ever wonder how you get over suicidal trauma? To where you want to die? I wanted to die for 35 years. How did I get, did I get over that?
You almost died.
Did I heal it?
No.
I never did heal it. It's never healed. If I go back into my brain, it is a haze of a combination of autism and death. Dark thoughts, autism, and death. Okay? I don't want to scare you guys. Look, everyone has a different fate, right? Everyone's destiny is a little different. This was my destiny, right? I was put through this as a younger person to be able to bring what I'm bringing here now. So why am I so keen about this topic? Because I know that the lower levels of the mind is death. Now, let me keep explaining, okay? Let me keep taking you down this rabbit hole. So I'm trying to show you guys elite level performance here, okay? I'm showing you how come Brady's not as good as Aaron Rodgers? He's not as skilled as Aaron Rodgers. He's not as athletic as the guy in the Ravens. He's not as good as Patrick Mahomes. Why is Brady not the best or the most skilled or the best athlete, but he is the greatest? What I'm trying to show you here is greatness. I want to show you how to achieve elite level performance and greatness, okay? I brought up your problems. Look at me. Look up. Your problems. I'm showing you how to get past it. You don't have to get past it. You don't have to resolve in therapy. Any of you guys feel like depressed or like unsocial calibrated? You don't have to get past it. You don't actually have to. You just have to die. Okay? So there's the energy of life and expansion and the energy of death. There's a paradox where what happens is, as you're gaining in the physical world, when done from outcome, it is leading towards death. Why is that?
Death helps you disconnect.
Okay, watch this. If I give you a bunch of stuff, can you access the dimension that we're talking about here?
No.
What do you attach to when you get a bunch of stuff?
The stuff.
Material.
Physical world.
So what is it teaching you when you keep winning?
Get attached to stuff.
Yeah. Watch this. Repeat this after me. What goes up must come down. Every attachment that you make to the physical world is you being gaslit. This is really important, what I'm showing you, okay? You need to listen to what I'm telling you, okay? Listen. Watch this, okay? Watch this. Who here has ever dated a girl with BPD before? Put your hands up. Okay. Girls also date guys that have NPD, a narcissist. The women with BPD or people with NPD, it's not just a cluster B condition. I believe it is also spiritual. What they do is something what does a narcissist or a BPD do at the start? Watch this. Watch this. What do they do at the start?
They love bomb you.
Say the word love bombing.
Love bomb.
Okay. Why does the energy of death begin by love bombing you?
Because you get attached to it.
It draws you in. You know what's fucked up? Here's like a nice little simple piece for you. You guys ever had it here where you had like a really great girl and you're having unprotected sex for like a couple months because you're in love, and you think that you're in love, but in the end it all comes crashing down. The girl RAS lips you leaves, and you feel completely empty, and you actually get 10 times the pain from the breakup than you ever had pleasure from the sex with the girl. Who here's had that experience? Put your hands up.
Yes.
You know that feeling of what you're called, this is super powerful shit, okay? That feeling that you have of being in love is actually satanic. It's Satan. It's literally Luciferian, like Satanism shit. Why is that Luciferian that you're in love? It's actually Luciferian. It's disgusting. There is a version of love that's real. I'm not against love. Okay, I want to ask you, what is that feeling of love when you love the girl so much, she loves you, and you're worshiping each other, and you're getting sexual pleasure and emotional pleasure in a loop? What's happening?
That worshiping the creation of the creator.
Yeah. Okay, now watch this, okay? I get very jacked on these seminars. I'm on about 3 hours sleep a night when I do these, okay? I go home like, that's crazy, okay? Now watch this. So, you are literally getting desire, intense desire, and instant fulfillment. What is that parallel to that you should never do?
Drugs.
Yeah. So what do we know about drugs? What do we know about drugs?
Deal with the devil.
You smoke something or you shoot something in, and what does it instantly give you? Extreme pleasure, right? Is that now that pleasure is extreme versions of immediate pleasure in the physical world. As you get extreme pleasure in the physical world, what does it disconnect you from?
Source.
Spiritual.
Correct. Now watch this. When you go out to the club and you get rejected, if you do it from ego, what does that do to your state?
Takes it.
Now, if you allow the rejection to tap you into loss of ego, what portal does that open up?
Death.
So what happens is rejection, state. So all that I need to do to get in state is get rejected 4 or 5 times in a row, take my ego, because I'm walking around all day with an ego the size of a fucking Mount Everest, right? I'm the man. I crush it with girls. I'm the fucking man. That becomes an impediment to flow because now I'm going out trying to prove what? And I run courses on it where people pay to come see me. So what is that? So now, because I'm the man, what happens when I try to do an approach initially, first hour of the night or a couple minutes? What am I trying to do?
Trying to prove control.
Get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give something to lose.
Yeah. Now it goes rejection. What's that quickly do to my brain?
Now there's no resistance.
Resistance leaves, ego dissolves, flow initiates. That's how you guys see me in the field, like funny, hilarious, social count, all that stuff. That's what's happening there. That's why I go rejection, state. Got it?
Yeah.
Now, when I come in here, when I do public speaking, it's the same. Did you guys notice that my first 20, 30 minutes are not as locked in as now?
Yeah.
You guys see it?
Yeah.
I come in, I fucking suck, and okay, what is my ego as far as my public speaking skills?
Huge.
The best. The GOAT. Okay? Thank you. We got it. Thank you, man. Okay, so my ego, as I walk around, what is the loop in my brain? Who is the GOAT? Who is the GOAT? Who is the GOAT? Who is the greatest? Who is the greatest? I'm the greatest to ever do it. I'm the greatest public speaker to ever live. Who is the GOAT? Who is the GOAT? Now, I come in here in the morning, and I'm like, hey guys, how'd your approaches go? And, right? What is the actual impediment? Now, we could say that it's that I'm tired. And yeah, I'm tired, but I'm always fucking tired. So what is the actual impediment? Why am I sucking when I first get in?
Ego.
Not in state.
Why do I suck when I first get in?
Because you haven't hit state yet, your ego's still present, and you feel like you have something to lose.
Yeah. So now, watch this. Say the word conscious non-resistance. Say that. Okay. So basically, you have conscious non-resistance. So then what you do is, I come in and I accept that I suck. Okay? Now, by the way, newer speakers like Zach will come in here and he does his Zach is really good. Okay? He learned that I taught him at 21. He's now 22. Imagine that he's that good 6 months deep. Guys, imagine being that good as a presenter 12 months deep in your learning curve. How good was Zach?
Good. Very good. Yeah.
No, like he's really good. Okay? But how bad does he want it? Whenever Zach comes in and doesn't get quite what he wants, because he wants it so bad, you'll find him in the back of the room in a ball. That's good, by the way. Why is it good that Zach could be in the back of the room in a ball if he's not getting what he wants? What does that mean that he wants to do for you? How bad does Zach want to do a great job for you?
Very bad.
Can you guys see that, how bad he wants to do it?
Yeah.
So he's in the back of the room in a ball, okay? So that's him in resistance. He wants it so bad, but he couldn't quite get it where he wanted. He wants it, okay? Now, instead what you do is when you're not getting it exactly how you want, follow this, you go into deeper non-resistance. Say that.
Deeper non-resistance.
Okay? So as I'm fucking up, so I'll be up here, okay? And the flow is ebbing and flowing. I let go, comes out. Then I go into resistance and it tightens, okay? The hose tightens. So as I'm up here as a speaker, the hose is kinking and tightening. As I expand, watch this, watch. As I expand, I'm greatening, right? So as my ego shrinks, I become greater. What does the ego do as I become greater?
Fuck yeah, I'm a fucking man.
I'm the man. You see that? I'm the man. Look what I am. Look what I am. You see it? Okay? So repeat this after me. It's an old spiritual cliche. Say the ego comes in the back door.
The ego comes in the back door.
So with every loss of ego, comes expansion. And the ego comes in the back door. Klay Thompson, when he lost to LeBron, okay, in 2016, one of the greatest performances ever by LeBron and Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson comes in, and they're up 3-1. In an NBA Finals team, has there ever been a case before that a team was down 3-1 and the team came back and won? No. Let this land. There had never been a case ever that a team was down 3-1 and then they came back and won in an NBA championship. Who was the highest winning regular season team in all basketball history?
Golden State.
The Golden State Warriors were the biggest. So do you guys know how good Stephen Curry is? Do you guys know how good that Warriors team was? It was impossible, okay? Now watch what happened. Klay Thompson's up 3-1. He's already won. Historically, he can't lose. They say to him and Steph, to Klay, are you better than the 1980s Lakers? Steph stays humble. He goes, humble. What does Klay Thompson say? Grabs the mic. Of course we're better than the 1980s Lakers. I knew, because of all my years doing this, I go, when he said that, my jaw dropped. I went, oh my God, LeBron's gonna win. I knew LeBron was coming. I was like, LeBron's gonna win. Because what happened when the Golden State Warriors expanded, what then happened to Klay? What did the ego do? Where did the ego come in? Came in the back door. I knew there was going to be an energetic shift, okay? So basketball games, things like that, come in waves, okay? There's the team that's dominating and is in a flow and playing for joy, and then there's the other team that's losing and they're freaking out. Their brain is tweaking out, okay? Watch this comparison. Pay attention. Watch this. You're out meeting a girl. She likes you. And she's validating you. Watch this. Watch. This is why you come to the 25-year master. Watch. I think my ego's stuck in the back door. Now watch. Okay, now watch. Watch what's happening. Watch. The girl begins to validate you. She kisses you. She loves you. What is better than that on earth? Is there anything? I don't know. I don't know if there is. Okay? Come on, man. The right girl kissing on you. Okay, talk about physical attachment. I mean, whoo, okay? So you're in there, okay? She's kissing on you, right? What do they do? What do they always fucking do right after they're validating you? What do they always fucking do? Shit test, or they talk to some other dude. Or they pull back. Watch. Say shit test.
Shit test.
Jealousy.
Jealousy.
Pullbacks.
Pullbacks.
But by the way, Does that just happen on the way to sex in a pickup?
Nope.
Everything.
It's also in the relationship. You ever had it where the girl didn't call you for a couple days? So you called her to let her know how you felt? To logically go, you should have called me. And what do they do instantly?
Done.
Gone. It's called a pullback. It's an endless shit test. What does that mean that women actually represent to men? A shit test. A woman is a shit test. Okay? It's this, and it's a big shit test, because watch. It's this warm, like we as men come out of the mom's pussy and we cry, and we spend decades trying to get back in the pussy. So we come out the pussy, we're crying, we want back in the pussy, right? It's this, look at it, it's warm, it's wet, it's inviting, it's velvety, it's tight, okay? And it shuts the mind off. But it's not shutting the mind off from God, it's shutting the mind off from pussy. So what happens is, and it engages all these hormones, and you know, you get, and it's drug-like, it is a drug. So they start to engage that on you, but what made her attracted in the first place? You got in state. What do you notice about when you get in state and you start talking to girls?
Easy. They love it.
They love it, right? Because instead of getting energy from them, you tap in and it goes out. Now here's what newbies fuck up, watch this. The newbie fucks up because you go out, you have a couple good interactions, and it puts you in state. But what put you in state? Was it this, or was it this? Was it this for newbie, or was it this from them? Okay. So they fool you the way a drug fools you, the way Klay Thompson got fooled. Say what goes up, must come down. So what happens is, okay, this is why you come to the 25-year GOAT. Okay, you can learn basic stuff from anybody. This is what it took me decades in the field to understand this. Decades to understand this. It's decades. Like this whole, like, it took me decades to see this, okay? Because you start seeing the underlying patterns. Now do you see why I went out for 25 years? This is what I really like. This is what I like in this stuff. Like the sex is like, I figured out after a year. Unlimited sex after a year, okay? Why'd you keep going out? Pay attention, okay? Now watch this. So what happens is, come on, man. Okay, so pay attention. Okay, now watch this. So you go out, they begin to entrance you. You get hypnotized. You guys know in the story of Exodus, Moses leads the people to the promised land, but what do they get hung up on?
The food.
The golden calf. What do they start worshiping? They worship the golden calf. What's the word for worshiping a golden calf?
Idolatry.
Say the word idolatry.
Idolatry.
Yeah. So anything that's in front of you that you worship is not what it's an illusion. Okay? Now remember, what goes up must come down. So anything you get in the physical world at all is an illusion. It's all gonna get taken from you. And you'll eventually die. It's all going out, baby. Black Friday sale, it's all gotta go. Okay? You'll die. It's all gotta go. It might go now, it might go later, but it's all gotta go. Okay? You're gonna lose all of it, whether now or later. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit, okay? It's real, but not real. It is real because it's pragmatic data. Pay your rent, have a car. It's great, but it's like a butterfly lands on your hand. You got to learn to leave your hand there and not try to clasp it. What happens when you try to get the butterfly?
Squish it.
When you have the girl there, you stay tapped in. Watch this. Highest levels of elite skills. Stay tapped in, and it's beckoning you. It's beckoning you. Notice I'm even doing this because you'll do it later. It's beckoning you in. Watch, it's beckoning you, and it's trying to entrance you. You hold. This is what the definition. Say the word hold tension. Hold tension. This is how you hold tension. Watch. You look there, and you're looking dead at her, and she doesn't capture your soul. You stay tapped in, energy from God and creation, and flowing out. Energy of life flowing out. What do we know about a plant, how it leads into the sun? What does the plants do with sun?
Goes to where it's based.
If we take a little packet of sugar, leave it on the lawn, what do little insects and bugs and birds do?
Go straight to it.
So it's energy, right? We move towards energy, right? So this is, say the word attraction. Right? A plant's attracted to the sun, an animal's attracted to sugar or another animal, meat, whatever, right? You know, a big thing, like a hot girl comes in here, we're attracted to it, a big steak comes in, we're attracted to it, etc., right? Okay, so if the energy is flowing out, that holds tension. Okay? So you hold the tension. So look at the pattern. You go out, you open a couple interactions, some of them devalidate you, and if you're coming from ego, what's that do? It deflates you, it fucks you up. Now, if you say 1,000 out of 10, say 1,000 out of 10. When I'm teaching you 1,000 out of 10, that's baby talk for the Tao. Okay? It's to a baby. Okay, baby. I'm showing you the Tao as a baby. Okay? Oh, 1,000 out of 10, y'all. Okay? Who the fuck could have the balls to do that? That's a baby. I'm showing you process orientation. Another exercise we sometimes do is I'll have you go talk to a girl. I come back, I give you a high five no matter how it went. Then I have you go touch a door, and then I give you a high five. Then you go talk to a girl, I give you a high five. Then you go jump in a circle, and I give you a high five. Then you go talk to a girl, I give you a high five. Then you go touch a couch, I give you a high five. What am I doing in that exercise? What's happening there?
Reinforcement.
What's happening?
Reinforcement.
Yeah, but what are we reinforcing? Talk to a girl, which is meaningful, high five no matter the reaction. Touch a couch that would appear non-meaningful, high five. Do you catch this? Yeah. What does that train your brain to anchor into?
Action.
Say process. Okay, now, have you ever read the Bhagavad Gita? Okay, so the Eastern version of the Bible is the Bhagavad Gita, okay? It's the story of Arjuna. And basically what he learns is that this is the crux of the whole fucking thing. We are not entitled to the fruit of the action. Say that.
We are not entitled to the fruit of
We are only entitled to the action itself.
We are only entitled
So paradoxically, by just being in the flow of the action itself, we enter into the state of consciousness as the Native American fighting the short-faced bear. Got it, guys? So we just stay in that pocket, okay? Which makes you literally unstoppable. Now, I want to put in context why I'm trying to teach this to you guys. I am probably the best I've seen at going out and crushing it. I've never seen somebody better, and this is how I'm doing it, okay? I know, because I just know that I'm unentranced in the pocket, I can see a famous celebrity. I've gone up to Leo DiCaprio's table, and I've leveled the girl, okay? I am fearless when I'm in the zone. Absolutely fearless. No fear. No one's better than me. I'm not intimidated by anybody. I don't care what you look like. I don't care how much money you have. I'm like a nuclear battle tank. But again, even as I go in that ego, if I get stuck there, I'm a battle tank, y'all. Boom, I go down. So I feel waves of expanded ego. As my results increase, ego expands. This is the Marcel question. $48 million mansion, cars, literal Jedi powers. He knows state because he enters it inadvertently, but for him to access it, he needs loss. He needs a parent to die. He needs to go broke. He needs something very bad to happen. There's two different layers of happiness, by the way, guys, okay?
Like his dogs.
Give me a minute. It helped him a bit, so he got a dimension. But he needs bigger loss, okay? And you cannot achieve this without bigger loss. Now, when Kobe went for 60 in his last game, okay, his whole body was what? Shredded. There was pictures of Kobe covered in every part of his body at ice pack, like the Michelin man on the side of the thing, okay? What he did when he went for 60, it cannot happen. You cannot go for 60 points with that many injuries. It can't happen, okay? In front of all those people, that can't happen. How did it happen? Did he start tossing down baskets right away? What was his first 5 shots? Miss. Whole world's there to celebrate him, and he's missing. Do you know how bad that is? Last game of your career, injured. How bad does that suck?
real bad.
How did he transcend it? He accepted it. He just went, look, I'm going to have a bad game. It is what it is. Fuck it. Just say the word fuck it.
Fuck it.
That's enlightenment. The word enlightenment is fuck it. Just say that. Fuck it.
Fuck it.
What happened when he said fuck it?
You let go.
Ego dissolves and a different power comes in. Look, I'm not giving medical advice, and who knows how I'll die or whatever, right? I'm not giving medical advice. But if I haven't been sick in 15 years, what might that energy do? I'm not giving medical advice. What might that, if I haven't been sick in 15 years, what might that mean? Don't say it, but you see my point? Okay, so something else is activating. So he had to accept that his body's injured, he can't do what he's there to do, it's his last game, he's gonna fail, miss, 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 fail, what enters? So look, watch this. He wanted the energy of the expansion, right? We have the infinite. What do they say in the Tao? You have the energy of expansion and the energy of what?
Contraction.
So he tried to find energy of expansion, but was it there?
No.
So he realized, I'm holding the wrong thing. What does Jesus say about the vine? Stay attached to the vine. He realized that's the wrong vine. There's nothing there. Nothing. So he swung to the other vine, okay? Well, it goes to the other vine. He understands it's over. But in that, imagine that infinite knowledge that as you know your career is over. Watch this. You know it's over. Your entire life has been dedicated to this. It's all, everything you've done is dedicated to this. It's all dedicated to this. By the way, have you guys ever seen the Michael Phelps movie about the Olympians who don't get the gold? Have you seen that? We all talk about gold medal Olympians, right? Olympians don't get paid much. A lot of them are broke. They work at Walmart and shit. Like these guys that get in 4th place work at Walmart. They have once every 4-year opportunity. What happens if you get, dude, you're the 4th best ever in the world, and maybe even the best, but you had a bad run, and you get 4th best. How much money do you get if you get 4th best? Name a 4th place Olympian.
You said there's a documentary, Owen?
Yeah, it's a Michael Phelps.
Where do I look like just
Oh no, I don't even. I saw it on an airplane, but it sounds like Delta or something. But it's out there. So I think it was Michael Phelps about Olympians that don't win, right? It shatters them. They're broken. It's over, right? Not everyone gets the gold, guys. That's why it's special. So knowing that it's over, he dissolves and he goes into the death. You see that? He enters into death. And death doesn't mean death of the soul, it means death of the small me. As he goes into that portal, what happens is shots start sinking, dribbling around, his old frail body broken. You know how Jesus says you can walk on water? Right? What happens when the disciple has faith? What does he do? What happens then when he gets doubt? You see? Got it?
Yes.
Got it? Got it? When Jesus is on the cross, is he mad at the people?
No.
What's he say to God? Forgive them, right? He knows their unconsciousness, right? Remember how everybody's unconscious? So he knows their unconsciousness. So he has acceptance. So say the word proactive. Non-resistance. So in other words, this is called the release muscle. Say that. So the release muscle is a very, very specific muscle where what's happening is you're going into a state of release, and that is a release muscle. So that it is actually a muscle to let go. It's a muscle to uncontract, right? We go, It actually is a learning and a teaching to feel the egoic, say, we feel egoic accumulation, we feel need for outcome, and we expand out of it. Just go like that, right? So you feel it go in, you go like that, okay? Like that. Tap in, out. Now look at attraction. It's like you're holding her right there, okay? And she is pulling you in. Got it? She's pulling you in. And she will, here's what she does. Kisses on you, gives you indicators of interest, likes you. So you're tapped in here, what starts happening? What happens to your channel? So you're tapped into the infinite, and then she starts kissing on you. What starts to happen?
You start to switch to
Right, she starts pulling on you, right? And what'll happen is, look, this is fucked what I'm gonna tell you here. You wanna hear fucked? Like short-faced, bear level fucked? Watch this. Whether it's now that you fail the shit test, or later, you're gonna fail that damn shit test. Whether she shit tests you, in the moment, you tap into her and have outcome, and you fail the shit test there and she walks off right then and there, or, how about this? You have sex. The sex feels good. You have a relationship. You get married. And now she has half your shit. You have kids even. and then you become beta because you had an outcome, and she'll still RAS flip you a decade later. And when they RAS flip, it ain't easy, right? They're like, I hate you, you're an asshole. You're like, oh my God, I love you, what the fuck happened? Boom, they turn sideways. It's like a demon comes out. That demon represents the evil that happens when you attach to the physical. It's a microcosm of it. But when you stay tapped in, how do they act? Like it's heaven. So by staying tapped in, what do you generate on earth?
Heaven.
And by connecting to them purely, what do we get?
Hell.
Hell. It's all taught in the Bible, by the way. It's all in the Bible. Yep.
So are borderline chicks, they're just a more extreme version of
They have the hell energy connected in them. They could heal it, but they usually don't know how. Yep.
Go.
How do they heal it?
That's a long story. Okay. DBT. Okay. Let's say, folks. Okay. But anyway, look. A lot of look. Let me tell you something too. Okay. I will never advertise this, but it is not uncommon. I'm not advertising this. I'm not teaching it. I'm not guaranteeing it. But it wouldn't be uncommon that someone with a stutter comes to a training like this and the stutter goes away.
Yeah.
What is that? I can't promise that. Why might someone's stutter go away? A lifelong stutter. All that shit. What did I say about my autism and depression?
Dead.
What did I say? I still have it. The person with the stutter might still have the stutter. Kobe still had the injuries. Kobe still had the injuries. What does Jesus teach when you say tap in the vine? What can you do?
Walk on water.
You walk on water. What does walk on water mean? You walk above it and you transcend it. Say transcend it.
Transcending.
What if you're a short little chode? How do you transcend it? Connect. What if you're ugly? How do you transcend it? Connect. Got it? I can't public speak. Do you understand?
Yes.
Autistic depressed Owen can't public speak. Do you understand?
Yes.
Got it?
Got it.
I'm on 3 hours sleep most nights of training since I got jacked up. Me on 3 hours sleep can't do this. I can't do this, but somehow I do. How? You're learning how. Okay? So what life is meant to be, here's where you are. Who are you? What is this place? And who are you beyond? Life is in effect a series of these episodes, okay? You're on an ayahuasca trip now. It's a series of little episodes that is stripping you down. You are in hell now, but heaven now, paradoxically. In effect, imagine that you're this little ball bearing, right? But it's got all this gunk on it. What do we do to get rid of the gunk? We put it in the fire. The fire is hell. The fire burns off the excess, the delusion, the false self, all the attachments. It burns off. You come back out, it accumulates back open. Cool. You have some new attachments, new false identity. Back in the fire. Burns, 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 burns. Back out. Did you learn yet? Did you learn? No. Back in the fire. Again and again and again and again until you learn. You get sick again, money loss again, attachment again, and again and again and again until you learn. Okay, so look, here being a simple example. I love women, but I can get over a breakup now in about 2 seconds flat. Why am I able to do it?
You just step in.
Unattached.
I love women more than ever. I have a greater capacity to love a woman now than I did when I was younger, okay? I have a greater capacity now. Why am I able to heal a breakup fast now compared to when I was younger? What has my soul learned?
To release.
I've learned that it's all bullshit. It's just a fucking shit test. It's like, ooh, attach, girl, ooh, pussy, oh, like that. Oh, lovey-dovey. Okay, gone. The girl is there to teach you. She's actually a teacher. She will teach you that if you stay tapped in, you get unlimited sex. By the way, not just one girl. You stay tapped in, how much sex do you get? Endless. Endless. Give me a sec. It's endless girls trying to come on you. You go out, make out. Sex, it's endless. Abundance, heaven on earth. You stay tapped in. But as soon as you need it, what happens in your state? Down, lose it all. Got it? That girl, 10 years deep, will flip on you and turn into a fucking demon if you don't get tapped, if you become outcome dependent. Out of there. And her behavior changes. Her behavior shifts based on how tapped in you are. Giggling little doll to a bitch, right? So it's all just this lesson. It's all a lesson. All this shit is bullshit. It's a lesson. It's all bullshit. Okay, a girl left you, break up, cool. It's bullshit. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Do you guys see why it's bullshit? Do you see why now? What does a girl represent? Sex? What is that? What is that? She gives you sex, love, attention. What is that?
Shit test.
It's a giant shit test. Everything is a shit test. The money is a shit test. The girl is a shit test. The ego gratification is a shit test. It's like drugs. Drugs is a shit test. Why is the Bible so aggressive about worship of God? It's so aggressive. It's like you should pluck your eye out and throw it away before going to hell. It's super aggressive. Why does it say you'll walk on water? Why does it say don't worry about your enemy? When you're worrying about your enemy, what is it you're doing? It's just a bunch of ego. If you're worrying about an enemy, getting revenge on an enemy, how short-term thinking is that? How short-term? If even is this and your life is this, even though it's endless, enemy, I have an enemy, in the context of infinite. It's all bullshit. It's literally bullshit. Oh, I lost my job. Yeah. It's bullshit. Humans are going to build AI, right? Why are we building the AI? What do we want from the AI?
A dog. A girl that plays humans.
Endless stuff, right? What's going to happen to the human race when that happens?
Could fucking totally die.
We're going to die. But what's going to happen is, with the AI, we will get everything we want, which will block this process. This process of life will be blocked. What do we know about when energy starts to accumulate, like in a cell? Cancer. It's the blockage of flow. This is all talking about in the Tao. We'll get what we want. We get all of it, cancer. Then what happens is the energy of death will consume the soul of every human on earth. That's in the book of Revelation, right? That's real. You're going to see in your lifetime probably. I mean, is AI going to become sentient in our lifetime?
Probably already is.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, human beings can't function without loss. They can't function without evolutionary pressure. We literally become, I mean, look what's already happened in the TikTok generation. Is that what this generation needs? Is that what this generation needs?
The movie WALL-E is literally that.
It's like the movie WALL-E. We may witness this in our lifetime. It doesn't matter if you listen to me, okay? And it's not about listening to me, it's about the people I learned it from. So, okay, ego expansion, contract. So, okay, sneaks in the back door. So watch. So that may happen. But that said, okay, so oh my God, AI is coming, okay? Does it matter? No. You might die, does it matter?
I was already gonna die.
No, you're already gonna die. So in fact, knowing that AI might be coming, what should you actually do?
Live.
Get some pussy. And why should you get some pussy? Because it's still a lesson. It's a lesson. Also, we have multiple dimensions of life. What did I say about spiritual bypasser? Lame. Lame. You don't want to be a spiritual bypasser. So you go meet women or you go get money to engage with life. That person who goes, oh, I'm not attached. Oh, I can't live. I'm not attached. They're trying to bypass the process of transmutation. You know what that's like? Just a straight meditator? It's like someone who thinks that they'll build muscle by not lifting. How does muscle get bigger? Lift on muscle and it breaks down. How do we grow our soul? Break down, build up. Break down, build up. Look, who here has had a horrible breakup or a series of horrible breakups and it literally grew your soul? Who here, like, okay, does anybody here maybe had like a really bad breakup and you're like, I just wish I had her back. Like, I just wish I had her back. There's one guy in here, his Jaguar wishes he had it. But the point is, he's not there yet, right? So the point is, okay, but watch this, okay? Everybody but Jaguar, who here in this room had bad breakups that you would have died to have the girl back, and now it expanded something in you that you'd never give up? Put your hand up if that's you. Got it, you'd never give it up, right? So the loss, you'd never give up. Kobe with his Achilles injury would never give that up. So understand that loss is what expands you. But in series, we breathe in, we breathe out. Summer, winter, day, night, expand, contract. These are rhythms that are happening in your life, okay? So in recognition of these rhythms, we get back to the state of the Native American and the short-faced bear. Okay? We re-enter into that state. Got it? Now, let me show you another thing, and then I'm going to wrap this topic, okay? Watch this. So, I'm showing you elite level performance here, but I'm showing you ultimately the patterns of life and the rhythms of life and how to understand your life, okay? Now watch this. So, recently we have this thing called the male loneliness epidemic. Have you guys heard of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, we had DI policies. You know DI policies? What is that? Diversity, equity, inclusion. 65, 70% of new jobs, women, not men. 65, 70% of new mortgages, women, not men. 65, 70% of college graduations, women, not men. Women are making the money, women are winning, women are dominating. So what happened is, in society, try to follow this. This is like really cool, okay? Watch this. So men before had what's called patriarchy. Now, I hate saying that because the most cringe thing in the world is hearing some feminists go, patriarchy, but it was real. We actually had a patriarchy, okay? I know it annoys you when you hear that. We had a patriarchy, but it was real. Under patriarchy, women couldn't get a job at all, barely. They couldn't get a mortgage, they couldn't get a car, they couldn't get a credit card, couldn't get a bank account. That triggered hypergamy in an average woman for an average man, because an average man was a vehicle to getting a car. And you couldn't just be a hoe back then because you had body count shaming, slut shaming. So you couldn't just get it, right? So if the average man was the conduit, was the pathway to a job, a credit card, a house, you couldn't just fuck every dude, the average woman had hypergamy for the average man. So the average man could get a wife. Now women have more jobs, more cars, more houses, more everything, on average. But also, what was the condition that men were told? What's the word that they just used to describe masculinity? What was that word? Toxic. Now, within the group think, men are being called toxic and women are being called empowerful. Who runs the world? Girls. Future's what? Female, etc., right? So women are hearing this and they're supporting each other and they're bigging them up. Within the group think, what is happening is the women are being told within the group think that they're the shit and now they don't need a guy. Now, what women will tell you is that they find men annoying and that they don't want to have a guy and they don't want to get married, but they're getting piped by a Chad on a Wednesday. So their sexual needs are getting met by a Chad and they just don't want to have a beta male. Okay? As a result, the population is going down. We are in the midst of population collapse. That is why we actually kind of need AI in the robots because, by the way, without AI and robots, we don't even have enough population right now to prop up Social Security. We're completely fucked. And all these countries, the population is unraveling. Okay? This is actually happening. You dig? This is not a joke. This is real, okay? Elon talks about it. So now you have that. An average girl does not want to get with the average guy. Now the kids that are being brought up, there'll be less of them, but they'll probably have better genetics. But there'll be less of them. Because for the average man, a wife is like a Rolex watch or Lamborghini. They won't get a wife. The average man was using groupthink as a way to prop up their state. Now watch this. In a lot of the men's coaching spaces, they talk about how women have hypergamy, which means they go for the high value man. How in most men's coaching spaces do they describe a high value man?
Rich and jacked.
Rich and jacked. And yet in this room, there's a short Indian guy who got laid last night. In this room, there's average guys that crushed it. So how's that possible that you have to be rich and jacked to crush it if I'm a fat, balding ginger that looks like Santa Claus with autism, and yet I can crush it? So it doesn't make sense that you have to be jacked or rich. So if that's the case, what does the men's coaching space have wrong? What does the looks matchers have wrong? Within the paradigm of groupthink, you become good looking, you become rich, whatever. That tells you that you're good enough. And when you feel good enough, you can let go. Think about it this way. Does part of you feel confined? And like you just want to break out and be you? You just want to access the higher part of your brain, but you won't let yourself till you're rich. Yeah. You won't let yourself till you're good looking. Do you see that? So when you want to be rich and you want to be good looking, what are you actually craving?
Freedom.
Validation.
If you want to be rich, say you want to make more money before you could be a good guy for a girl. What is your brain actually craving? Repeat this after me. Permission. Say it.
Permission.
Your brain is craving permission to hold frame. Your brain is craving permission to let go. Ironically, the guys who get laid the most are typically a club promoter. They use drugs to let go. Their life will fall apart later, by the way. What goes up must come down. They come down hard. They get a big rush and they come down hard, okay? You guys ever notice that many of the best stories are stories like Goodfellas or Straight Outta Compton, where they have this big ascension, then they crash hard? That's when you ascend with the wrong fuel. Anything with the wrong fuel goes down 10 times harder than it came up. Say the word after me. Ounce of pleasure.
Ounce of pleasure.
Pound of pain.
Pound of pain.
Okay, so it sucks you in, boom. Who here, if you guys do the math on a girl that you're having sex with, calculate the pleasure from the sex and the nourishment and the romance relative to the pain of the breakup. Jaguar, take the pleasure that you got from that relationship, do the math on it, give it a number, and take the pain you've had since, and ponder that. On average, it's 10 to 1. Like you ever do Molly and you feel pleasure and you crash? You do heroin, you do pleasure and you crash. The wrong pleasure is a quotient of about 1 pleasure to 10 pain. 1 pleasure to 10 pain. That's why it's all a shit test. You like the girl, she's kissing on you in the club, she leaves, 1 pleasure, 10 pain. Jesus says, what's the quote about the bread of the infinite? You guys have that? He says, I'll get the quote for you. Right? Jesus says, I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me will never go hungry. It's in the book of John, it says. Just understand that when he's saying, whoever comes to me will never go hungry, what does that mean? Creator, say that. Creator. Above creation. Look, you still got to eat, bro, okay? You know, why does food fasting help you attach to spiritual?
Do you need to get that from?
Yeah, it's a process, okay? Rejection helps you attach to spiritual. Okay, now watch this, okay? I'm trying to show you how to metaphorically walk on water, okay? Try to show you elite level performance. So the girl comes in your life, she gives you pleasure, she retracts the pleasure, she leaves, you go to hell. I can get over a breakup like that, not because I don't love women. I love them now more intensely than I ever did. But here's where that love is. It's not this, like this, it's this. They are so man is forged in the image of his creator, right? You got that? The creator taps into the infinite and discharges energy out, but loves humans. So God loves humans. Love women in the way that God loves you. In other words, their ability to receive your love is the gift. Their capacity to receive your love is the gift. You want to do some fucked up shit? Call a business competitor and help them to make more money. You will literally become enlightened within an hour. It's the most unbelievable feeling of your life. No amount of money can compete with it. Because when you help a business competitor to compete with you, I did this for years. What do you think? What does that do to your brain? Your brain is like, because what is the act of helping a business competitor? What does that show? What kind of underlying frame does it come from to help a competitor?
Total abundance. You got nothing to lose. The love of God.
Absolute abundance. Absolute abundance. Likewise, how about someone who you helped shit talking you and lying about you and not feeling the need to respond to them or to defend yourself? They teach us in Zen. So someone lies about you and you don't defend yourself. What kind of place does that come from? Imagine someone attacking you and you're like, no, but it's not true, it's not true. What kind of energy do you get from that? What kind of energy is that? The word for it, say the word frenetic.
Frenetic.
What about when you go, all good?
Different.
Tapped in. Because you know that this experience is like that. Okay? This is how you become the sage. This is how you become the Jedi. But there's paradigms of Jedi. There's Jedi within the physical. All of us can become a Jedi within the physical. Then we learn to walk within the infinite and we are a Jedi within the infinite. Okay, but that Jedi nature has expansion and contraction because, again, with growth, ego in the back door, burn! Ah! Ow! Okay. Right? So look, we touch the stove. What do we learn if we keep touching the stove over time?
Don't touch it. Burn.
That's why I don't get broken up over a breakup anymore. Because I understand, okay, I was loving like this. I'm going to love the girl 1,000 times more, but like this. My joy is just to make her have some fun. We're going to have great sex. And it lasts as long as it lasts. And I don't need it to be forever. And here's the other part. Watch this. What did I say earlier about a woman's imprint on you? What did I say about how Kobe is here? What did I say about how Kobe's here? Kobe made an imprint on us. So is he still alive?
Yes.
Did your girlfriend make an imprint on you?
Yes.
So are you ever actually separate?
No.
That's the illusion. We think we're separate from her. We're not. That need to be with her is the illusion. She's still with you. I'm with all my exes right now. In fact, they have oracle-like qualities and cunty-like qualities. I can filter out the demonic shadow qualities from them, focus on their beautiful qualities, absorb it, and represent it. Greater empathy. Many of my exes were incredible empaths, beautiful souls, rhythmic, enchanting, right? So I can absorb that enchantment. I can absorb that rhythm, that beauty, that joy. I really think the best metaphor for this ever created is The Fountain with Hugh Jackman, Wolverine, right? Where he shows that he wants his wife to live forever and he's trying to save her from cancer and she just wants to play in the snow. He's like, no, you can't die, you can't die. She's like, just relax. Because she's an oracle. She's tapped into the infinite. She's not afraid of death. She understands that we're here forever. But he's hiding from infinity. So he travels, watch this, he travels to the center of the fountain. We have the veil, there's a piercing of the veil where the fountain of life comes out. And Hugh Jackman, you guys seen this movie? Yeah. He travels to the source of life, finally to save his wife's life. And what's he find when he gets to the fountain of life? He becomes a tree. He fights and fights and fights and fights and fights to become a tree. So what did he find there? That his wife knew all along. He should have just said, fuck all that shit, not be so stressed. I mean, this man went to the center of life. That's the most aggressive denial of death you could ever do. You're doing cancer experiments. You literally learn how to make your own planet to go to the center of the fucking life. And then what happens when you get there in the end anyway?
Tree.
You will be broken down. You see that? You will dissolve. So he becomes a tree. Okay, great movie. That guy is a genius. Was he also the director of Black Swan? That's who you're seeing, the Black Swan. That is fucking genius. Was Black Swan director same as The Fountain? Let's see if it is. I bet it was. Both films, Darren Aronofsky, genius. He gets it. Who's seen Black Swan? Genius. Rewatch it. Kobe Bryant used to tell Pau Gasol to be the Black Swan. Watch the Black Swan. Genius, genius, genius. As Ye would say, genius. Okay? Genius. Watch the Black Swan 10 times. Watch The Fountain 10 times. Okay? Watch it till you get it. Doesn't have to be 10. Watch it till you get it. Read Eckhart Tolle till you get it. Read the Tao till you get it. Read the Bible till you get it. Got it?
Got it.
What is the Black Swan teaching? What was Natalie Portman's character as the White Swan?
She was super inhibited.
Inhibited and what?
Controlling.
Controlled. What is the Black Swan?
Wild. Uninhibited. Passionate.
Is this speech here coming purely from control or is it in release?
Release.
Okay, go on YouTube. Watch every speech in personal growth. Find one at this level. Oh, ego expand, shrink. Watch, okay? Go look up, I don't know, Grant Cardone, Tony Robbins, look it all up. So what does that mean, Black Swan? What is the Black Swan? Greatness is only achieved via states of release. Excellence is achieved in control. We go past that into release. That's the black swan energy. It's uninhibited. It's allowing your natural rhythms to come out. My son Tristan literally just dances, parties, moves around. He may lose that and have to rediscover it, or he may retain it all the way through. I don't know what's going to happen with that kid. I never met a kid like Tristan in my life, actually. It's wild. Wild, dude. Okay? Whoa. Let's see. I don't know what's going to happen to that kid. I'll show you some videos of him. Unbelievable what can happen. So, we'll see. It's interesting too, because Dylan is more controlled and Tristan's more in release, and they're brothers and they have a great destiny ahead of them. And my children, I'll be dead and they're gonna have to make sense of what this shit was. Do you guys get that? Marcel will have to make sense of what this was. I'll have a video record and they're gonna be watching this like, what the fuck was this guy? Like, oh shit, Marcel will be like, why didn't he fucking tell me? My kids will be like, this was our father. Do you understand, by the way, the degree of trauma that my kids will hold being my children? What is the greatest trauma a son can hold?
Have a great father.
The shadow.
The shadow of the father. They live with that. I am the greatest traumatizer inadvertently of my children that I could ever be. Every trip to Aspen I send them on is a trauma. Do you guys understand that? What does it mean if you don't exceed your father? You went genetically backwards. You know how women don't want to fuck a beta male because they're basically going backwards in their evolution? I've exceeded my father my father's a great man in many ways, but I've exceeded many times over. I'm proud of that. We all can say, it doesn't matter if you exceed your father. Look at the trauma in Don Jr.'s eyes, in Trump's son's eyes. Do you guys see that? I don't even know what to tell my sons. You know why? Because I want to tell my children, I love them anyway. I don't need you to be better than me. I don't need it. I want to tell that to my children. And I think that's what I'm supposed to tell them, right? Because you don't want to instrumentalize or parentify your children and make them have to live out your dreams. All I need for my children is to be my children. But the problem is, I don't know if you could not be traumatized if you don't exceed your parents. Can you? Can you? What do you guys think? I don't know. I actually don't know. What would happen if you weren't greater than your father?
He has to be greater in a different metric.
That's what I think it is. Yeah. I think Dylan will be what's called a sigma male, where he's pure alpha, but in a way where it's not about controlling others. It's about his direction of his own life. But I don't know if I'm supposed to teach them to be greater than me, or if I'm supposed to teach them to take a completely different lane and disattach from that. I don't know. Do you understand that? Okay?
That's their decision.
Yeah, but can I tell you something? No matter how great my father would be, I would always exceed him. If it killed me. Do you understand that? And can I tell you another truth? I would vanquish all my father's enemies as well, even if it killed me. I think I would have to. But I think different people are different. Do you guys remember Ragnar Lothbrok in Vikings? When his sons had to go vanquish England because they killed him? I would have to. But I don't know, I'm kind of from an OG code. I don't know, I'm kind of weird like that. You know, Julian, what happened to him? He responded to that by doing what he did, right? He was like, you know what, fuck, this is bullshit. I'm not entangling in this. I have a different view of it. What do you think I'm even doing?
But what is greatness? You know, like.
It's what we're talking about at the seminar.
But it's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Sort of, but certain things are clearly greater than others, right? So what I'm showing you here is this, right? Now, let's look at what happened with Julian, for example, right? So we're out there trying to help guys to be better. Yeah, we fucked up. It is what it is. We go away. But what is the energy behind that? There was many people doing different things. What's the energy behind that? Well, where are men now 12 years later, where are men now? 12 years later, where are men now?
Deeper in the hole.
Loneliness epidemic. But let me show you this. Watch this, okay? So, loneliness epidemic. Within group think, men are not getting the validation they need right now, right? So in other words, women right now, because they're getting more social validation, even though they claim they're not. All those jobs, okay. So they're claiming they're not. They're getting the physical validation of future's female, who runs the world, girls, all that, right? And even though that's just a song, the stats bear it out. The statistics bear it out. Population crash, more jobs, more college, more housing, more mortgage, all that, okay? Watch this, okay? So men right now, within the group think are viewing themselves as toxic and shit. Now here's the loop of this whole seminar. Watch this. We're going to land the plane, okay? Watch this. Everything for a man is what? Say the word shit test.
Shit test.
It's all a shit test. Everything is a shit test. Okay? So, right now, men are failing a collective what?
Shit test.
Okay, like if a girl's like, you're a jerk. If the guy believes that, he's failing a shit test. You're toxic, collectively. What are men doing?
Believing it.
Basically, they made a collective shit test so the betas would fail. It's just a collective shit. It's not even bad. Oh, you got called toxic. Whoopty shit. Is that a reason to like have your winter effect shut down? But let me show you what's happening. So we talked about the state of consciousness that guys can, we talked earlier at the start of this about the state of consciousness that we can achieve, right? You guys see that? We talked about that. Seeing that state of consciousness that we can achieve, which is really what we're here to learn. Seeing that state of consciousness, look at this. You're in that state of consciousness. That's where your mind could be. The bachelor of the short-faced bear under the stars. Under the stars. Present. Expansive. Genius. Like any of you here that are not a multimillionaire are not tapping into the full potential of your brain. Got it? So that's who we were. We go into modern society. Processed food. Even though I personally am not affected by it, porn. Repetitive job. Called toxic. Etc., etc. Cheetos. We live in the world of Cheetos. What happens to the average man's brain?
Shrink. Shut down.
Shuts down.
Turns into a derper.
All these idiots in like the manosphere talking about looks and money, and yet when you're in state, you consider it a restaurant, and women come up on you, start making out with you. Think about that. Look at the paradigm they're trying to solve that problem. Oh, get your looks up, get your money. Okay, so I can sit in a fucking Denny's in state, and the waitress comes up and sits beside me, starts kissing on me, because I've awoken the short-faced bear battler part of my brain. My state of consciousness has transcended, and I'm in my what some people call my masculine. Now, you know what's funny about me, by the way? Funny side point. I have a high-pitched voice, kind of like a gay guy. I look like a fucking leprechaun and Santa. Okay? So, you guys know, like, you remember Eazy-E?
Yeah.
From NWA? He was a role model of mine. He had what kind of voice did he have?
High pitch.
High pitch. Also, he was short. You guys remember how short he was? Easy motherfucking E. Short and a high pitched voice. But was he masculine?
Yeah.
He's the epitome of masculine in some ways. Kind of dark, but he's very masculine. I have a high pitched voice. I look like a gay guy, kind of wearing a pink shirt, and I look like a leprechaun. But so on the surface, I look kind of effeminate. I got man boobs, bald head, and a beard. A gray beard, right? But at an essence level, am I masculine or feminine? Masculine. You guys see that? So even if you don't look like the traditional alpha, you can still have that energy, which then they get that reaction. So you have to bypass the need to be Jason Momoa. Do any of you guys ever just look at Jason Momoa? Someone like, damn, I just want to be that guy. You ever feel that? How come I couldn't have been Jason? Right? I feel that. I'm like, man, he's cool. But ironically, you can actually have a greater masculine essence than Jason Momoa, even in a high-pitched voice and short. And you should seek out people like Eazy, even though he had a lot of really bad problems, bad, dark stuff. But you seek out people like that, the good parts of him, to see masculinity, even if you're not that guy. Now, here's what's going to happen, okay? So pay attention. Here's what has to happen. Men are now in a collective shit test. Got it?
Yes.
Now, watch this. This is huge what I'm going to explain to you. What most of the guys' coaches are wanting is a return to traditionalism. They actually want to bring back the patriarchy. That's true, by the way. So I'm a big fan of guys, and I'm kind of like the OG men's coach. So how come the OG men's coach doesn't want to bring back the patriarchy, and I'm actually very empathetic to the matriarchy that we're under? Why don't I want to, how come I don't want to bring it back like the 50s? Make it great again. How come I like that women have a credit card and a job in college? Why do I like it? Why am I okay with it?
It's like trying to get your ex back.
It's like, yes, great analogy. Give me a hand for that. That was a perfect analogy. It's like trying to get back your ex. Okay, so watch. You're trying to go backwards. I don't think that the way forward for men is to bring back the group think as a support system. I don't need a woman to not be able to get a credit card and not be able to get a mortgage, and I don't even need them to stop calling me toxic. I don't care. It's just a shit test. When am I cared about a shit test? Everything's a shit test. Who cares? Who cares? You fought a short-faced bear and you're afraid of being called toxic by a girl? Stop. Don't cut that out of context. Okay, so watch this, okay? So what I'm saying is, where do men actually have to go? Where is man's destiny? And where, with AI coming, where is humanity's destiny? We need a human awakening project. Say the word human awakening project.
Human awakening.
Okay, so our destiny is not to go back to the 50s, where we have society-wide frame control on the girls and patriarchy. We don't need that. What we need to do as men, but also for women too, collectively, is to wake up. Okay? We need to not fail the Milgram experiment. Got it?
Yes. Yeah.
We need to get off that shit. Do you remember how I said earlier that we're all asleep and simulating? You are asleep, and then your brain makes you think that you're the thinker of the thoughts. Look, the way to know that, by the way, it's simple, it's actually quite simple, is in meditation, they teach you to still the mind. So you're meditating for your first time, you sit down, you try to still the mind, and what do you notice when you try to still the mind the first time you ever meditate?
That's really loud.
It just keeps fucking going, right? Got it? So that's when you learn that your brain is simulating the thinking. You're like, wait, I'm not even making myself have the thoughts, and they keep going. That is why meditation is a process of awakening. I just don't like it when you only do that. I think you gotta live life too. I think it's a combo. So, watch this, okay? So, if we keep being asleep and failing endless shit tests like this, then when the AI comes, it's gonna shit test us harder. So there's no point in there's no actual point in being like this, okay? So we have to come to a space where we reclaim proactivity and the steering wheel. Say this after me. Reclaim. Proactivity, and the steering wheel. So by the way, going out and meeting women as an example, when you feel approach anxiety, you're learning how to get the steering wheel back from your brain. When you're working hard, you're learning to get the steering wheel back from your brain. That's why all these guys I just meditate. Well, that's cool for losing attachment, but that's the extent of it, right? You can get present, but that's it. So you've got to also learn to reclaim the steering wheel. That's why money is actually going to help you. That's why getting good with girls will help you. It shows you attachment, growth of ego, release, learning how to get back control of your brain. Why would you bypass all that sitting in an ashram? That's stupid. That's stupid. You're here. You're here. Okay? So what has to happen is men collectively will have to learn to transcend the small mind and go to the next paradigm. And Eckhart Tolle says this in A New Earth. We have nuclear weapons. There's all this shit. We have to go to the next level. Now, when you walk down the street, okay, all these men's coaches, and I get it. Look, I understand it. I'm not bitching, but they're all saying oh, girls have hypergamy. It's bad. Let me ask you a question. Would any of you give control of your life to the average guy you see at Walmart?
Yeah, fuck no.
Who here would give your bank account, your credit card, your job to the average guy you see at Walmart?
Yeah.
So you wonder why women don't want to do it. And then what, we're gonna go back under patriarchy so that women have to give up their shit to those guys? That is an admission of defeat. This is not me too trying to prop up the matriarchy here. I'm saying that you're better than this. We are failing a collective shit test as men. We're failing it. So as a result of us failing it, what I'm trying to show you, if we're failing it, is that we can transcend it. Guys should not. This is where the men's coaches have it wrong. They're like, well, only the tallest, best looking guys with hair and money can get a girl now. No. It's true that the top guys get the girls, but what is the top guy? Frame. Transcendence. State. Oh, no, that's bullshit. Really? Because I will smoke all those guys in the field. Every one of those guys that says that, I'm better than those guys. I have better results. I can do what they can't do. Okay, I can do more than any of them. Oh, ego growth. Oh wait, shrink. So now, okay, so if I can do that, then they're wrong. They are wrong. Those guys, look, I meet these guys all the time. I'm like, hey, let's go out tonight. It's Friday, let's go out. None of them will go out. When I see those other guys, coaches, they start shaking. They're scared because they don't go out. They're just trying to build their business. They're wrong. And the algorithm rewards them for negative shit. So it's causing their RS to flip in that direction. It rewards them. It rewards them. Okay? So the algorithm is brainwashing them, and it's making them RAS flip to believe what they believe, and they don't go out. So what I'm telling you is you don't need to be the tallest, the richest, the best looking. You need to wake up and find that core masculine essence. And a guy like me is perfect for that because of the bald, the funny looking, the ginger, kind of look albino, et cetera, right? That's good. If I'd been born a good looking guy traditionally, I would have been less good coach. So it's actually good that I'm like this. So understand, men are going to have to rediscover that. But in the process of discovering that, so that men don't have to be like, fucked over by hypergamy, it's also going to create the next generation of men. Because this has to happen under the shit test of AI. This has to happen under all the things happening with the powers that be, Book of Revelation, which is not exactly accurate, right? But the Book of Revelation it doesn't mean it's going to happen exactly like that, but that is prophetic. Have you guys ever had it where you had a dream about something and it actually happened?
Yes. Yeah. My first wife playing up for me.
Yep. Yep. Do you ever have it where you think about someone you haven't thought about in years and they just call you like that? Yep. So we have a little bit of telepathy, right? So there is a degree of prophecy that's out there, but that prophecy, it's not going to happen exactly like that, right? I had one guy that fucked me over once. I had a dream, and he goes, hey man, I'm going to fuck you over. I'm like, I love you, brother. Like, I love you so much. Why would you do that? He goes, just cause. Why? I love you. Why are you going to do that? He goes, I'm going to fuck you over. Well, then he fucked me over, right? The brain has subconscious capacities for prediction, but also a bit of ESP, like a touch of it, right? Some people have the capacity for prophecy. So there's prophecy out there that's real, okay? It's actually very real, but it's not going to play out exactly like the Book of Revelation, right? But that is a prophecy of metaphors for reality. Got it? Okay? Angels, all this, it's prophetic, but it's not exactly like that. But we are headed in that, and generationally, we might be the generation that actually sees it. Like the big one the San Andreas fault, how eventually there's going to be a big earthquake in California. We may be under that. We may have the big one in our generation. Kind of looking like it, but you know what? Every generation thinks that. They think it's end times. It doesn't happen. So maybe it won't happen, but it might happen. We're not sure. Okay, we don't know. But when it happens, it's all in God's plan anyway. So it's okay. But it means that we're going to have some pretty rough shit to deal with, okay? So, but again, in the infinite soul, it doesn't matter. So knowing that AI could even kill us in a couple years, maybe. Also, it could be in utopia, by the way. We don't know yet. Or it could be utopia, bad, or whatever, right? It's cyclical. What do we know about life if that's what's coming? To have more fun than ever. That's why we should go tear up the club tonight. Because that's actually in our control. Right? I thought I was going to die before. I thought I should have more fun. But another thing is that with what's coming, watch this. Watch. As evil is rising, what else rises in parallel? Good. Watch this. So as the evil rises, what will happen to men's state of consciousness?
Rise with it.
Right? Heroes will come and show the way. You see this? Okay? So we will be shown the way. Okay? We will be shown the way. So that is coming, and that is the new earth, as our Cartola would say. Okay? We are going in that direction. There will be another evolution that we have. And that evolution can get triggered by just going out and socializing tonight. You get a taste of it. Okay? So understand the reason why the girls don't want to date the guys anymore is because the girls are more in state than the guys. The girls are actually getting more access to their genius and to their frame than the guys are. The women have a stronger frame than the guys. Have you noticed that? Who has a stronger frame on average, girl or man, on average?
Girl, for sure.
Think about this. Who has a stronger frame, girl or man? So why don't they respect us anymore?
They have a stronger frame than us.
So why should they respect us? They shouldn't. Go look up animal mating, right? Like not that you should replicate this at all, but like a Tasmanian devil. Go look it up. Now, they control frame in a way that we don't want to ever do, right? Like they're biting each other on the neck and stuff. You might want to look it up. They got strong jaws, they don't have fat on the back of their neck. Don't do that, okay? But look it up. What is our version of that mating? with the men and women?
Spitting game.
Starts with an F. What's that? It's not fucking. What's that version?
Flow.
Frame.
It's frame. The capacity to own frame is the passage of the shit test, right? So that is our version of mating. In the social, repeat this after me. In any social interaction, repeat this.
In any social interaction,
There is one person reacting more to the other person.
reacting more to
Then
them.
that person
That person
is reacting to them.
is reacting to them.
Okay. So in other words, what's going on here is we have to have frame, but we're looking for society not to call us toxic and to give us the frame. We used to have a beta male collective that gave frame to a beta male. And church gave frame to a beta male. I love church, but gave frame to a beta male. Now we can no longer rely on church or society for frame. So where do we go for frame?
God.
Go to God. Got it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is a human awakening project. So our minds have to open up. The way that we understand this is quite simple. Go out, chat up with a bunch of girls, and watch where your brain goes. When you walk down the street, you'll see that most guys are in what's called a derp state. Say derp state.
Derp state.
So most guys are in derp state. So notice the derp state that you're seeing. Observe it, okay? Observe it. And then what's gonna happen is, as you observe it, you're gonna realize that you've been living there. So you know the feeling of when you see a girl that intimidates you and your mind shuts down and you can't think of what to say at all, and you clam up?
Yep.
Most men are living there chronically. Okay? So as you go out and you learn how to pull the parking brake off and activate the higher dimensions of your mind, and you learn all the little nuances to how it works, that is in training the mind to expand. So you have to understand, guys like Marcel and his Jedi power, and I say that actually seriously, by the way, it's a joke, but it's not even a joke. His Jedi power, why is Marcel able to just hypnotize anybody?
Right.
What is Marcel's state of consciousness that he can hypnotize anybody? What would you say? Where is his awareness residing?
Outside of himself.
Right now I'm looking at you. Where's my awareness residing?
Just here now.
It's on you. So I can look at you and I can see every little micro expression. I can feel I can feel your frustration. You know, you're here to learn some sales stuff. Am I going to get it? I can feel it's in there somewhere. I can feel you're like, okay, I'm learning things, but something's over my head. I can feel how much alertness you have, how much stamina you have. I can watch. I can see when you're zoning out. So I know when I go, yes, yeah. When you hear me start screaming, randomly I go, hey, all that shit. What am I doing? I'm watching you guys, seeing if you're zoning out. Do you guys see I can hold your attention for hours? Like a symphony.
Yeah.
I'm watching you. I know when to stand up. I know when to sit down. I know when to scream. I know how to hold attention. I know how to pull back energy. Because, side point, in hypnosis, you have something called fractionation. Say fractionation.
Fractionation.
Fractionation is where you put someone in trance, then you pull them out. Why do you pull them out?
Because they go 1,000 times deeper when you.
He's a hypnotist. Pull them out, wham! But then they hit a satiety of trance. Pull them out, wham! Back in. You guys are all in trance right now, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
It's like a toxic relationship.
Yeah, it's like a toxic relationship. Yeah. Yep.
The deeper you go into focusing on it,
Yeah.
notice some of you might feel like you're on psychedelics if you watch them long enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am the DMT. Now watch. So now, do you do DMT? Come on, bro. Now watch this, okay? So watch. Now, by the way, toxic relationship, what do? Love. Watch this. Toxic relationship, BPD, MPD. Narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder. Love, they go love. You lose access to source, you lock in, and then they go like that. Then they hurt you, you crave them back, but you're now an 80% version of who you were when you met them. You crave them back, they love you again, boom! Now you're a 60% version of who you were. You crave them back, you hunt them back, like how you got dumped by your victimizer dumps you, right? Then you crave them back. They pull you all the way to zero. By the end of it, they took your entire soul. Why do I know? I dated borderlines. I've had my soul ripped out of my body multiple times. I'll make a whole other speech about that someday. I have in the past. I know what it feels like to be on the borderline and have my soul ripped out of my body. I know what it feels like to be rich and to be poor. I know what it feels like to be on top and to lose it. I've had my soul given, ripped out, given, ripped out, given, ripped out, given, ripped out. Guys, even the book The Game by, do you guys understand that you're looking at a little fucking munchkin right now up here who was the target of the New York Times best-selling book in 2005 as the bad guy? Guess what my reputation was in my industry in 2004, right before the book came out?
Fantastic.
Top of the industry, golden boy. I wake up and I find that article. Do you know how much that fucked me up? I walked down the street in fear that people would come punch me for 3 years. Guys, from 2005 to 2008, I was afraid to leave my house. Look, these media people who attack people like that, that shit should, I don't know if it should be illegal or not because we have free speech, but imagine you have back when people used to read, imagine you have a New York Times best-selling book with 200 pages saying that you're a bad guy. And you have to leave your house. People come up and be like, hey, I read the Neil book. I'm like, I was scared. Okay? But I had the best reputation in the industry. What did I create in that time while I was afraid to leave my house? Blueprint Decoded. You see how that works? Which was a transcendent program for my age, for a person in his mid-20s. So I've had reputation up, reputation down. The Julian thing, up, down, etc. Want to hear a really fucked up one I went through? Want to hear a fucked up one? Yeah. I've got, well, check this out, okay? I have $1 million a month payroll running a huge global seminars company with a ton of staff, okay? 100 plus staff. We have to take down all of our content. But I'm so committed to never firing anybody that I want to sustain $1 million a month, but we have no organic content up. Check this out. This is real. I forgot about this. So fucked up, I blocked it out. I worked around the clock. Well, we should have failed. There's no way we could have succeeded. How do you come up with $1 million a month in payroll when you don't even have almost any organic content up because we had to take it all down? Do you know how hard that is? Do you understand how painful it is to remove that content and how hard it is to come up with $1 million a month in payroll? I didn't want to fire anybody. Didn't have the stomach for it. I worked 16-hour days without break and trained myself to look at clouds as a break. Okay, this is kind of fucked. I would work all day, and I go, I need a break, and I go, okay, enough break, go back to work. There's no way we could have ever succeeded. Watch this, okay? Watch this, watch this. I'm sitting in Miami South, Miami. I'm sitting in Miami South Beach at the San Orlito Spa. Have you guys ever been to San Orlito Spa? It's dope, you should go, okay? Also Russian Turkish bath, you should go. Okay, so I'm sitting there. And I've just come off of a $400,000 seminar that we pulled together. And after 2 years, I realized we are no longer in a threat of going bankrupt, now having to fire staff. And I look at the sky and I go, I never thought that if I worked for 2 years, I could take a break. And I go, I can finally take a break. I did it. Now, this is no joke. Watch this. Right then and there, as I've not stopped working. Do you know how long 2 years is to just work? That's a long time, okay? Don't just gloss over that. That's a long time. A week is a long time to work 16 hours a day. A day is a long time to work 16 hours a day. 2 years is insane. But you guys see my work ethic? Didn't come from nowhere. So now, I had that thought, and this is early 2020. You know where this is going? I look around and I go, how come no one's here? It's model season. Why is there no one here? This was literally, watch this. I literally have the thought, I made it. I look around and I go, no one's here. Why was no one there? COVID. I go to the front and I go, where's the people? They go, there's gonna be lockdown. I run a social skills company relying on bars and clubs and seminar rooms. This happened within 5 minutes of that thought. This is not a coincidence, okay? You know what I realized? It was God's plan to bankrupt me. I bent heaven and earth. The only thing that could have stopped me was death itself or a global lockdown. I'm like, you funny motherfucker. You really want me to, like, did I create COVID? Now, I don't think I did. But you know my point, right? I'm like, in my subjective time, did I just create this? Like, nothing but COVID could have stopped me. Okay? Nothing but that. I go home and I cried for like 5 days, okay? I'm like, my God, okay? And then I thought about it. Now, who remembers the weird shit I did during COVID? Do you guys remember when I go live every day on Instagram and I go live every day on YouTube? I was going live like 5 times a day and shit back then. And then I created online mentoring. I figured out a way to be more profitable than ever during COVID. It was terrifying, okay? But I figured it out. So the point is I cried and cried and cried, let it go, and then I ascended. And then I went and traveled the whole fucking every national park for fun. So do you guys see how this can work? Okay? So life is a fucker. Okay? It's a real fucker. It's a prank. All right? Now look. Life is going to be an endless prank. It's a goddamn practical joke. You're in the ayahuasca trip right now. I am the machine elf. I am Mother Ayahuasca. I'm teasing you right now. I don't think I'm Mother Ayahuasca, okay? But I'm saying like, okay? So as you're in the trance, different casts of characters will come to give you the advice you need. There's different Morpheus. I've had my Morpheuses. You'll have your Morpheuses. We'll give you the advice you need, okay? So you'll understand how to process this. Now what'll happen is, you see the average guy, okay, at Walmart who's in a derp state. Our collective destiny is to transcend that derp state. That's what matters the most. So do any of you guys maybe go out and work on social skills and you see yourself ascending and your eyes are changing? Yeah. Now, here's the main key. As you get better in power, watch this, you will try less. You'll do less, but your ability to move energy will be more. That is a sign that you're expanding. The best basketball players move a bit different. You can see them move different. It's like they're trying less, but they're able to shift energy, okay? So when a guy can't pick up a girl, for example, that is a very weak will, and that is a very weak frame, that is very reactive, not proactive, and that is very much an inability to move energy. Practicing meeting women is simply the capacity to move energy. Running a crowd is simply the capacity to move energy. Making money, capacity to move energy. We are forged in the image of our Creator. But when we're trying to take from the world, rather than give to the world, we're limited. Why does Jesus keep saying to give? Give to the poor, give, give, give. We have to give, why do you have to give? Can a man get a little of his own, right? Got to give. But he's showing you how to shift the energy, right? You go give to the poor, you're shifting energy. But that energy shift comes in many ways, not just the poor. Okay? So we learn to shift energy in the highest of levels. Got it? Yes. Okay. So what you're going to see is different people have a different capacity to move energy. So for example, Marcel, he is completely out of his head. He resides outside his head. What that means is that Marcel can look at you and see a millisecond where you went unconscious and hypnotize you. That's how he's doing it. But if he's in his head at all, can he in any way, shape, or form, if he is literally in his head, can he see that spot? No. He's going to miss the window. He's going to miss the spot.
He actually describes it as a window that you can see that you're just like asleep, you're offline, and in that moment, he just goes up to you, says sleep, and you just pass out.
Yeah. Are you able to hypnotize someone like this right now, or does it take a certain time to do it?
Depends. No, I'm too locked in on you right now.
Okay, but you do hypnosis, right?
Yeah, I need to be in
so,
a trance.
Yeah. So he has to go into trance and then to exert the trance.
I'm in a trance.
Yes, correct. I understand. Yeah. So what happens is Marcel walks in. Now, watch how it works. So he goes to the side, okay? So Marcel walks in. He puts out his hand, and he moves. You might even explain this a bit to them. He moves aside.
Let me see. All right, come here. All right, stand up. Here, come here. Stand right here. Stand right here.
You're safe.
Stand right here. Put your feet together. All right, put your feet together. Put your hands together like this. Focus on the tips of your fingers. Open your fingers. All right, now I want you to do a magnet. A magnet is pulling them closer and closer and closer together. When I say sleep, you're not going to sleep. You're just going to close your eyes and let your body relax. Let your fingers touch. Let them come closer and closer together. When they touch, they're going to stick and then they're stuck. All right, they stick. They're stuck. You close your eyes and then you sleep all the way deep, all the way down. Let your mind and your body relax. Open your eyes, sleep. Open your eyes, sleep. Open your eyes, sleep. Open your eyes, sleep. Sleep all the way deep, all the way down. Completely let go, completely relax. Open your eyes, sleep all the way deep, all the way down. Just let your whole body relax, your mind and your body completely relax. Open your eyes and then sleep all the way deep. I just want you to imagine your energy levels are starting to rise up. You're feeling more and more energetic, more and more confident. You open your eyes and then sleep all the way deep, all the way down. When you wake up, you're gonna feel fucking amazing, the best you felt, wide awake. Open your eyes, wide awake, wide awake.
Yeah, give me a hand, that's awesome. Yeah, so watch what Marcel's doing, okay? What happens when you shake hands? What are you on? What happens when you tie your shoes? What is that?
Program.
Say the word autopilot.
Autopilot.
Which you're actually asleep, so you go to sleep like that, okay? You go to shake hands, it's called a handshake induction. You shake hands, and then he moves this way, which creates, repeat the word after me, pattern interrupt.
Pattern interrupt.
So he goes, hey, good to meet you. Go sleep, sleep, person's asleep. But it goes way deeper. I mean, that's a short intro into a deep rabbit hole. Got it? You are being propagandized around you by people who know this stuff. Got it? Endless propaganda. These beta males at Walmart are asleep. Get it? Milgram experiment reveals how people are asleep. That's why mass people will commit genocide. They're asleep. Got it? So your destiny is to transcend that slumber. When you go out, you have approach anxiety, you're asleep. That's why we do, look, I don't care about pickup, getting laid, all that shit. It's just basically me taking you out to see if you can wake up. That's really what I care about. Sex is cool, it's fun, you get a wife out of it, or a girlfriend, have kids, whatever. It's great, it's fun. It's practical, guys like it, good top of funnel, get guys in the funnel. But I'm trying to show you how to wake up, okay? I want to see that you can control your state. I want to see that you can move energy. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to be able to observe a few things. How much energy do I have?
Lots.
How much energy do I move?
A lot.
Okay, so while you're here up close, you're observing that, okay? Do you guys see how this speech literally just comes together and threads itself together? Do you guys see that? Yeah. Okay, so your mind has a capacity for this. I will show you how to do it. Do you remember some of the exercises that we did earlier where I say describe your drive to work and you have to make it sound fun? That's this. Do you guys remember we do the magic 8-ball exercise? So you go in a release state and then you let things come up. You remember that? Yeah. That's this. Get it? Yeah. That's this. That is the entry point. Okay? But I will show you. Okay? When you guys go out and you do the 6 steps, 1,000 out of 10. Who the fuck are not supposed to do that? You start opening. That's the entry point into this world. Now, most self-help speakers, they get in the shit for a bit, and then all they want to do is they do a bit of internet marketing, which is great. Internet marketing is great, but they get stuck there. The real truth is, the richest man in the world is broke. Want to know how I know that? Because I coach them one-on-one. They're my clients. You know those guys who you look up to? You're like, wow, I wish I was that guy. They're my depressed, drug-addicted, divorced clients. Depressed. It did nothing for them. They're in a golden jail. You know what's funny? They're hard to free. You think you want to be a billionaire, right? What if you coach multiple billionaires and they're all fucked up? Do you know how much their friends are RAS flipping them? Do you know how much they're being exploited? Do you know how many yes men and bullshit they're surrounded by? And they're unmoored. They have no anchor for it. They don't even know why they're here. The richest one I ever coach who does ketamine is building AI because he thinks he's dreaming. He knows the AI has a 30% chance of destroying us and is building the AI because he thinks that he's the main character in a dream. But if you were the richest man, would you maybe think that you're in a dream? And if you're doing ketamine, would you think you might be in a dream too? That's not right, okay? So this is what I'm seeing. It's not right. And you shouldn't be doing ketamine. It's bad. It's not therapy, bitch. It's stupid, okay? It's fucking stupid. Ketamine is fucking stupid, okay? So, okay, oh, it's therapy. Shut the fuck up. You know shit, okay? When I broke my leg, they gave me ketamine for a bit because I'd snap my fucking leg into shatters. It's stupid. It's so dumb. It's not enlightenment. It's not. I've been on it. It's stupid. Okay? It's nothing. Okay? It's literally a joke. If that's your version of therapy, you're a fucking moron. There's nothing there. It's empty. Okay? It's empty. There's nothing there. Okay? Now watch. Why do I look pissed? Because he's building the AI. I'm pissed. Okay? Now watch. Okay? So there's a healthy piss. Now watch this. Okay? So where we're going here is those guys who you see at fucking Walmart. They want the return of the patriarchy. Now, by the way, if we don't wake guys up, I think the beta males will collectivize and they're going to force a return to that. So I'm here to help women, by the way, too. Because I don't think women want to, I don't think 30%, guys, 30% incels. You leave that shit festering. Look, why do we have taxes? So the brokies can have a little bit of benefit so they don't storm the gates. You don't want to leave those guys sexless indefinitely. It's not good. They're going to collectivize. It's not good. Some of the stuff that happens in India, you heard about some of these things these guys do? It's not good. So you don't want that happening. He's probably the only guy here who gets it. Because you got a bit of feminist in you. So you get it, okay? You do not want these guys collectivizing. You want the guys to wake up. So in order to not have to go backwards into patriarchy, which is, guys, I know that y'all wish that patriarchy came back. Why, are you such a bitch that you need a girl not to have a credit card to make her attract to you? That's just dumb. That's wanting things to stay the same. Jaguar, you wishing she'd come back is dumb. It's fucking dumb. I know she's great, Jaguar. It's fucking dumb. Okay? But she's so good. You're like some LA player guy. I just want love. It's dumb, dude. Okay? This was destiny. It's your fucking destiny. Okay? Fuck that. Go forward. She can't go where you're going. She can't go where you're going. You have to accept that. Okay? Let's talk about his ex. So, his ex was lovely. She can't go where you're going. She's with you now. Imprinted on your soul. Move forward. Okay? So, in effect, our destiny here is, again, comes down to Walmart and Cheetos. Okay? So basically, what you have is, I'm fractioning. You see how I fractionate? Watch. Move forward. Cheetos. What I do?
Hold back.
You see what I'm doing there? Yep. Okay, now watch. So watch this. Okay, so now what's happening is this, okay? Walmart and Cheetos. The epitome of the modern man. Okay? Weed, TikTok, OnlyFans, porn. 30% of guys can't even get a girl. No kids. Population drop. Okay? So now we have to wake up. It has to happen. There's no getting out of it. I'll die, but the ideas will live. My kids, Marcel and others will have to make sense of this. Who the fuck was this guy? Okay? So understand, this has to happen. And not only does it has to happen, it's going to happen. You see what I'm saying? We need a human awakening project. It's happening. Do you understand me? This is already done. It's already done. It's going to happen. And you yourself are going to wake up. Do you understand me? Do you understand this country's potential? Do you understand your potential? Do you understand what you could do? Think about, okay, forge in the image of the creator of the universe. You see excellence. You're front row to it. You have it. Look at the potential of the fucking country. Okay, we have challenges. Fuck those challenges. Right? But what do we see collectively? Mass demoralization. Who here would even die for the country at this point? Nobody. Remember there's old videos back during World War II, everyone's signing up to go fight Hitler in Japan? Do you guys know Japan was actually kind of as fucked up as Hitler back then? We don't talk about that, huh? Because we nuked them. Okay? Great people, though. They're collectivists, and they believe the emperor was a god. Look it up. So, guys, look up the history. Guys, nobody would do that now. You know what we all feel happening? Impending doom, right? Iran, economy, AI. What do we feel? Impending doom. What is the impending doom? Shit test. Are we saying collectively we don't have the capacity to beat that shit test? Fuck that.
Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that. Say it out loud.
Fuck that. Fuck that.
Okay? So you have to understand, don't let them frame control you. Fuck those people. Fuck them, okay? Don't let them frame control you. You don't need to return to patriarchy girls on a credit card to get laid. Okay? You can be rich, you can win, and you can wake up. You have infinite capacity. Whatever you put your mind to, you can fucking do it. Do you understand? You can fucking do it, okay? Don't get demoralized. See, the key is this. It's all a shit test. Always know that you're the fucking man. Always know that you're the shit. Forge in the image of your creator. Maybe you're not there yet, but you have untapped potentials that you're developing. You're in the process of developing it. You're a baby in the process of developing it. Some more advanced than others. I'm a baby too. I am a baby, okay? At my level. Our capacity is more than we understand. We have a higher potential than we understand. You are literally unstoppable. What did Jesus say about doing works greater than he did? What did he say?
You will do works greater than I.
So if Jesus told you, you will do works greater than I, what does that mean?
You will do greater works than me. You will do it.
So are you told you're less?
No.
But do you see how it gets in your fucking head? Do you see how this shit enters your mind like poison? It's all a shit test. As a guy, you have to know, it's like Dragon Ball Z. You gotta be like, you gotta like blow it out, right? Okay? So your destiny is not to be some bitch, okay, with approach anxiety, broke. That's not your destiny. Your destiny is greatness. But look, you can view this in whatever way you want. You can view it like I'm just gassing everybody up and they're a bunch of chumps, it's false hope, or you can see the truth. And the truth is that you have that in you. Because if your ancestors fought a short-faced bear, then you have greatness in you, right? What have we accomplished collectively as a species? What is in the gene pool? Absolute excellence, absolute dominance, absolute fucking greatness, right? Thousands of years of wisdom encoded into your gene pool, right in there. It's right in there. But what did modern society do to it? How did it victimize you? You don't have to get molested to get victimized, by the way. You know all these chumps you see at Walmart, the Cheetos and the beer can? They are victims, okay? But they let it in. You see what I'm saying? Feel your own victimization, but also feel your own capacity to transcend it. And feel how it, like a ball being bounced on the ground, can shoot up higher. Feel how it was necessary. Feel the necessity of that victimization. Feel it, and and feel how it gives the kinetic potential to transcend. What happens if we have only awesome stuff? We can't transcend. Feel the kinetic potential of what happened to you. Kobe talked about this. Timothy S. Grover talks about this. Feel it. Tap into it. That kinetic potential creates a transcendence. Feel your mind wake up. Feel the slumber dissolving. Feel your potential. We're moving energy in here. We're processing. Do you understand? We're processing. We're in process. In truth, there should be some kind of organization that does this every goddamn weekend. What the church should be doing, and sometimes does. But gets hung up in what happened thousands of years ago, and did you swear, and did you hook up with a girl in college? But we need this. You ever get a massage, and you're like, man, I've been fucked up. Like you do massage, right? You ever massage somebody, and you're like, they were so fucked up, like they needed a sympathetic nervous response to even function? Can you guys feel your mind getting clarified right now?
Yes.
Do you feel, like when I got you to talk about trauma, can you feel that being processed? That trauma also suppresses you, by the way. So I show this as an example, okay? So what we're doing here should be normal. You guys see that? Yeah. This is normal, right? As a coach, this is normal. So This is reconnecting to your greatness and dissolving pain and suppression is normal. But we don't have it. What do we have instead on television? Bullshit. Okay? So what I'm showing you here, do you feel the bullshit dissolving?
Yes.
Do you feel connection to source?
Yes.
Do you feel your potential?
Yes.
You know what this is? This is the real. You ever heard people on DMT, they say that they felt reality for the first time? You're feeling the real. Now, we could look at this as some weird speech, right? And it is. That'd be true. But what is it out there? That's not weird.
It's fucked up.
It's completely fucked. Okay? So what I'm doing is not weird. What I'm doing is weird, but not weird. Right? What is the quote, Krishnamurti, right? To be sane in a sick society. What is it? You guys don't know that quote?
Sick society.
Adjustment to a sick society is no measure of
Sanity? Yeah, adjustment to a sick society is no measure of sanity, or whatever it was, right? So your mind is always going, watch this. Your mind is always being frame controlled and propagandized. How is it being propagandized? Low vibration energy spreading, us versus them energy spreading, toxic male propaganda spreading, processed foods, you resonate with it, drugs, you resonate with it, whatever, right? Suppress. Now you can't even talk to a girl. See what's happening there? So that has to get unwired, okay? We unwire it, okay? We cleanse it, we purge it, we elevate it, we transcend it, okay? And then the mind keeps coming back to that, okay? So now, what I'm showing you here from a pragmatic standpoint, by the way, I wanted to be the GOAT as a speaker, and I want to be the GOAT in the field. So I couldn't just achieve that from a space of, I learned the Who Lies the More opener, right? Or bring your PowerPoint, right? You see what I'm saying? So there's layers that you have to go to achieve greatness. There's say the word, there's levels to this.
There's levels.
There's just levels, okay? There's just fucking levels, okay? So where I'm trying to take your mind is on a journey and an exploration of the various levels that can be achieved and where your mind can go, okay? So I'm providing some context here. So as you go out tonight, I want you to understand, guys say to me, they'll say, I don't want to even go out because I don't care about sex. Or they say, I have a social circle, so I just do my social circle. This was never even about that. This is simply this is a personal growth exercise, okay? I don't care about casual sex. I think it's kind of fun. It's whatever. It's kind of like eating if you're using a condom, so it's like eating a sandwich through a Ziploc bag. you know that the sandwich is damn good. It's in there somewhere, but you're like, I think I feel a bread texture, right? I don't care much about casual sex, but what I do care about is it's a simple thing that men that they can apply themselves to, right? Do I really think that your life is that different if you lived in a cabin in the woods or if you had a cool YouTube funnel for your coaching program? No. But I think that learning how to build a YouTube funnel is a pragmatic thing that requires you to dig deeper, and you have to actually do something practical. And I like teaching it. I like teaching practical things where you have to apply yourself, because then we can take these lessons and take this context, and then we can use that to go deeper, okay? So everything is about a combination of both expansion, but also depth, right? So we can expand, like Marcel, right? $48 million mansion, the supercars and all that. I predict Marcel will lose it all. Well, I know why? Because God is great.
Amen.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, God is great. So what I'm saying is this, right? I think it'd be very healthy for him to do that. And then, he'd come back, get a $100 million mansion. Right? That's the point. I've lost it, get it back. Every time's better. It's only more awesome. You see that? You want to have loss. You want to play the game, and you want to get hit in the mouth. You want that. You don't want to just winning, right? You want wins, losses. You want up and down. You want depth to life. You want to have a real experience, not to be an NPC, not to hide. We hide from life as NPCs. We don't want to do that, right? We want to really live life, right? Every pain is transcended. Every pain is kinetic energy. Every pain is potential that we build off of. So that's where I'm trying to take you here, okay? That is our destiny together, right, is a real life. I've got billionaire clients that don't live a real life. They have everything, they're not living real life. Okay? So, what I'm showing you here, I do a range of different trainings when I do these things, okay? Some people that are here will come here one time. That'll be the only experience you have with me. And I aim for that experience to be fucking incredible, okay? So understand I'm giving you everything I have. You guys see that? I have nothing more to give you, okay? I'm giving you everything I have. And I'll go out tonight, and who here saw me out last night? Am I doing my best out there?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving you what I got, okay? I'm always proud of that. I always give my hardest punch. Little side point too. You want to know what was the hardest thing? This is a side point, but I think it's valuable. When I made Blueprint Decoded, when you're new to the act of creation, one of the hardest things about the act of creation is you always have this idea in your head of what you do if you did your version, right? Like, someday I'll start my YouTube and my Instagram and I'll be a great coach, right? Someday, and I'll be awesome. But when you fully give your best, you make yourself very vulnerable. It's a very vulnerable thing because you gave your actual best, okay? Like as a sort of context there, you ever notice that when you go out and you're dressed in your best clothes, you do worse than when you're dressed like a scrub?
Yeah.
Because if you get rejected in your best clothes, it hurts more. If you're dressed as a scrub and you get rejected, it's like, I didn't do my hair today, I didn't shower today. Try going out without showering sometime, you'll crush it. This is real, by the way. Go out like reeking of sweat, this is real. Hair fucked up, whatever, right? You'll smash it. You know why? Because you have an ego defense, so you'll just go berserk, like you'll do awesome. But when you go out as your very best, it hurts when you get rejected. It's like, that was your best, okay? So when I made Blueprint, I worked on it for 5 years, and then I gave my best, and then I paid $100,000 to record at that time, because cameras were expensive back then, and you had to make DVDs. That was my best. You know Dr. Dre with Detox? You know Dr. Dre from NWA? He made Beats headphones. He had an album called Detox. He'd done a bunch of perfect albums, and he did all these amazing albums. He wanted to make it perfect, okay? He wanted to make it perfect. So he makes this concept for Detox. Worked on it for 20 years, and it never came out. You want to know who else did that? Axl Rose. Do you guys know who Axl Rose is?
Yes.
Guns N' Roses.
Guns N' Roses. Do you guys remember Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 and Appetite for Destruction? All that, Welcome to the Jungle.
Yes.
All that stuff, right? Incredible albums. Dr. Dre, Chronic 1, 2, NWA. Incredible fucking albums, right? But you want to know, not that you should really be doing drugs and stuff, but I think that's the bad part of it, but what were those guys doing when Guns N' Roses was making music, or NWA, or fucking like The Chronic and all that, Snoop and Dre? Even though again, I'm against drugs, but what was the energy they're making that with? What were they doing?
Having fun.
What were they doing?
Getting fucked up.
Yeah, they're getting fucked up, right? Banging hoes, something like, right? But aside from the darker side of it, what were they doing? What were they doing? Like, what do you think it looked like when they made The Chronic? What was the vibe?
Playing around,
Smoke with me in the studio.
playing around.
They're chilling in the frame.
Like Golden State Warriors when they won all those championships, right? Playing for the joy, right? Then the album just comes out. Then all of a sudden, perfect album. That's when you get the Chinese Democracy album that never comes out, eventually is okay, because it's forced. Has some good songs, but forced. Detox can never come out. He eventually puts it out as an album called Compton the Soundtrack. It's cool, it's got some good songs. You know, Dre and Axl are not gonna put out bad music, but it's not them at their best, right? You know when they're at their best? When are they at their best?
Just
When are they at their best?
Just chilling.
Right?
There was
Right?
an interview, I think, with Slash that he said that the songs from that first Guns N' Roses album, they composed themselves.
Yeah, they compose themselves, right? Yep.
If you're in that situation where you're building something like that, and you feel like there's all this pressure and it matters, like in
Yeah.
this situation, there's 20 years of build-up.
Yep.
And you're coming from that energy where you're like, I need this to work, I need this to work, I need this to
Yep.
work. How do you get out of that?
Bro, it happened to me with Blueprint. I couldn't put it out. I couldn't get it out. I had to release my Chinese Democracy. I had to release my detox. The hardest part of it was taking my hardest punch and releasing it. That's the pain you feel when you do a cold approach. You see that? But am I taking my hardest punch now? Yes. So what is the training? What's the training? What's the discipline? What is it?
What training are you talking about?
The art form is taking your hardest punch every time and being okay with it. Okay? So like you make that channel, you do your best, and you accept the consequences of it fully. Right? So I come here and I own this speech, right? Yes. So I walk away from this going, that was the best speech I ever gave. You see that? Yeah. That was the best speech I ever gave. That was the best night out I ever had. And I have to live with that. I have to live with that, right? So the only way that you can learn to live with that again and again and again is to do it again and again. You know, you guys ever heard of the photograph experiment where the teacher says one group spends 6 months to make the best photo, one photo. The other group just takes the most photos. Who winds up getting the best photo?
Second one.
Who winds up getting the best photo?
Second group. Take more, no cares much.
Uh-huh. Okay. So again, approach. Fun. Create. Just keep throwing mud at the wall. Create. Because you're engaging in the act of infinite creation. That's where genius comes from. Okay? So where I'm trying to take you guys is to embrace and recognize and embody and bring in yourself that you are forged in the image of your creator, which means that what kind of being are you?
Infinite.
Infinite being, and what else? A creator being. You create kids, you move energy, you tap in and move out, right? So the art in itself is tap in and move out. Going out and working on social skills is simply an area that you can practice that, all right? That's what it is. So what I do on these trainings, okay, I do a combo. Every training, I do a little bit different, right? So, you know, on the earlier days of training, we worked on free association, social skills, social circle, etc., right? So for those of you who are here and will only ever come one time, you're getting what you need. We have another night out tonight. We're gonna go out tomorrow. We're gonna keep learning practical skills. I'm gonna be showing you guys sales, marketing, how to make cash. I gotta get you guys rich. Okay, so we'll do that, okay? But as I'm showing it to you, I want there to be a context. Like Bruno, for you, you're coming here, right? Now Bruno, what you guys don't know is he had a little bit of a stall out. There's reasons for it, right? And I called you on the phone and I yelled at you, get back here.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Now I tell you to get back here. Now here's where it's funny, okay? Watch this, okay, Bruno? Watch this, okay? Watch this. I don't need your money, and I already have your money. So I already have his money, and he doesn't want to come, right? Wasn't that a lot of passion to get you back here for someone who already has your money? Does that surprise you?
Say that again.
When you were not going to come back, I already have your money. But I'm calling you going, get back here. How much passion do I have for you to come back here?
Almost.
When I called you, quand j'ai appelé vous on le téléphone, okay? When I called you on these French, when I called you on the phone to come here from Europe, okay? How much am I trying to get you back here?
You seduced me into coming.
Yeah, but I have your money. I have your money, Bruno. I don't need you to come back here. It would lighten the load for me for you not to come back. Why do I need you to come back here? Because I see your greatness in you.
And you know what, guys? It's been the third time I am listening to that kind of speech. Because every speech has a theme, right? This speech that Owen is giving to us right now is about waking up our minds, right? And it's the third time I'm listening to this speech, and it's like, how the fuck am I still forgetting?
Yeah.
Right? Like I come back, and I have a memory of that state, of this motivation.
Yep.
I'm trying to get back to it. I get it, I get out, I get it, I get out. And here again is like a reference point, a standard.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I need to achieve.
Yes.
Right?
And you will. And it's ingraining. And so why I call you is because I need you to help me. Okay? I need your help. I need all your guys' help. So I can't do this alone. So what I'm saying is I need you to wake up your Jedi powers. I need that from you. But now what the mind does is the mind will find a block to the Jedi power that is real. Like your thing is real. Like that issue is not fake. It's not fake, it's real. Even if you think about it, like, right? It's not, it's real. But we all have a block that's real. There's always a block that's real. But within the context of your potential, none of it's real. Oh, I miss my girlfriend. Irrelevant, bro. It's not real. It's a lie. It's samsara, bro. It's all fake. It's a dream. You're dreaming. You're tripping, bro. You're tripping. Wake up. Okay, so we're all tripping. It's all a giant shit test. You guys see this? Yeah. It's all a shit test. It's all a shit test. Okay? The shit test from the girl is the microcosm of the shit test of life that's fucking with you. It's all shit test. So as Tom Brady goes down, right? He's down 3-28. Like think about that. Halftime, you've got one field goal. You're getting your ass whooped. You're taking in the ass from the Falcons, right? What's the mind start to do when you're down 28-3 at halftime in a Super Bowl? Actually, all year you game after game after game after game, playoff after playoff, and now you're at halftime, 28-3. What's your brain doing to you? How much outcome do you have? How bad do you want the outcome?
Probably pretty bad.
Shit test. You see that? Quick example I'll give you. I recorded a 52 video series that's not out yet, okay? And one of the last videos is shot on a private plane that I spent tens of thousands of dollars to fly into the Denali Mountains. Why? Just cuz. Imagine you're like 10K deep. You're 52 videos deep into a video series. The video series, okay, do you guys see how I thread all this together? Imagine you do a in nature video series that you channeled over 52 videos, meant to come out once a week, and you're at the end of the video in a mountain Denali that you hired a private plane to fly into. Had to book the time off to do it, tens of thousands of dollars. What kind of video do you want to get when you're in the mountain? What kind of video do you want to get? Perfect. What's that? What kind of video do you want to get, guys? Perfect. Yeah, you want to get a great video. You know what I felt my brain doing? Shutting down. Okay, I feel it shutting down. Why?
Because there was some of those outcome based.
Yes, each video that I did deeper in the series was harder. It was harder to channel as I went into the video series. What does that mean that we need to do? We need to increase difficulty always. We need to keep increasing difficulty so there's higher stakes. Our capacity to transcend those higher stakes deepens our experience. Got it? Because the higher the stakes, the greater the illusion. You see that? The higher the stakes, the greater the illusion. Do you guys see it? You see some like girl who can't get into a nightclub. She's like, I can't get into, I don't know, what's the club name? Like, I can't get into Vendome. Wah! I'm dressed cute. Wah! Right, you see where she's at? See how absurd that looks from our perspective? But you're doing it. We all do it. Are you guys seeing this? Yeah. At each level, we transcend it and we pass the shit test. You have to think of this as this moving, dynamic shit test. A narcissist or borderline, or a championship, whatever it is, pulls us in out of God. Pain emerges, removes that which is fake, back real, center, grounded, tapped in. But then we expand, and the temptation gets greater. Do you guys see? Say the word escalating temptation. Escalating temptation. See that? Because as you achieve greatness, what happens? The temptation gets higher and higher to identify with form. You see that? So even as I get deeper into this speech, what is my brain wanting? To wrap the speech awesome, right? So what if I do the speech and I wrap it shitty? So do you see? So what's happening? Escalating temptation. See that? So do you remember I said when you're picking up a girl, it's right there, but you just stay tapped in, and she tries to seduce you in, you just stay tapped in. That's the art form. That's the discipline. Okay?
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, loud and quick.
Okay, so the question, I don't know if the answer is
Taking too long.
I understand the idea of not getting tempted by the butterfly in your head.
Yep. Faster.
But what doesn't make sense to me is how do you get that?
Meditation.
That part.
Watch this. Great question. Meditation, still the mind. Say that. Meditation, still the mind. Recognition, as the witness, behind the thoughts. Recognizing, the energy of life, that animates me, animates all life. Therefore, giving to that life. Not being afraid, by recognizing my infinite nature. Recognizing relative importance, giving it relative importance, while simultaneously recognizing infinite importance and embracing the paradox. Okay, so Eckhart Tolle would say 1 foot in essence, 1 foot in the physical. Okay, it's the art, it's the balance. So great question, okay? So this deepens. You have to understand, so I know you a little bit now, right? We've been out together. So I watch you. I know all your sticking points. I know where I watched you. Awesome. I know where I've seen you on the street doing your thing. I see you where you're strong. I see you where you're weak, right? So I see a baby.
Awesome.
Yeah, but how old are you?
48.
I see a 40-year-old baby.
I think I have a lot in common with you, especially when you said you were like 5-year-old in your mind.
Yeah.
A lot of me is like a child seeking validation.
Yep, I see it.
Yeah, and I really want to know, like, how can I deal with that? You know, how can I finally...
You're not going to learn it. Okay, here. Woogity boogity. Done. Okay, there is no answer, right? There's no direct answer to it, right? But while there is no direct answer to it, what you do have is progress, okay? So the truth is, the way that you deal with it is more life experience. Say that. More life experience. But guidance on context. Okay, so you go out and you're doing approaches, right? And you're like, oh, some are good, some are bad. Wah! Like a bad acid trip. Good, bad, good, bad. What goes up must come down. Wah! And then death. Okay? Yeah. It's how it feels.
Except
Wah!
when I go down, I have a really hard time
getting back up. So you're in the acid trip now, okay? The shaman has appeared. I'm a northern, like a western version of a shaman.
Yep.
Right? So yeah, it's true. So it's fucked up to say it, right? Sometimes I just say tell the truth. Like, because I'm really not. If you guys know me, like I'm kind of retarded. I mean, it's true, bro. I'm kind of a fucking retard. Okay? Like, look, just catch me in the morning when I wake up, like rolling out of bed. I got a pot belly, I like roll myself. Okay, take a shit. I'm like, I'm a shaman? I'm like, fuck. I'm like, the world is doomed. Like, we're fucked. I gotta leave this shit. We're fucked. Okay, but, okay, so like I have that too. You know what I'm saying? I got all my little moments, you right? I got back hair. I shave my back. You take a shit. You ever out and you just see that fucking badass burrito you want to eat? And then you wake up in the morning with diarrhea? I do that sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You ever do that? You ever just see that fucking like that really dope Mexican place that uses bad oils? And you just eat it. You just eat it. And as you eat it, you go, this is bad. It's wrong. I shouldn't eat this. What the fuck am I doing? Where's my pimp daddy to bust my ass? I need a pimp. I need a PIMP to bust my ass. Put down the burrito, Owen. But then the physical seduces me in. And I eat the burrito, right? And I go to bed, and I feel a bit of acid reflux. In the morning, you take a big shit. Then you shake it off, and you go become a shaman. And everyone goes, wow, you're so ascended. And you go, you should have seen me this morning, man. Mm-hmm. Okay? Now, in saying that, why do I give that example? Did I just get off on talking about shit? Maybe. But why? What is the purpose of me saying that to you? Well, what did we learn in Exodus with Moses? Moses had killed somebody, right? God calls upon unexpected people to lead. You know who's actually called upon to lead, but he may not fully embrace it? I hope he does. He has the spiritual potency to embrace him. I don't know if he has led to a decent potential, but he has so much more potential. You know who it would be? Tate. How much actual power moves through him? You might not like what he says, but does he have influence?
Oh yeah.
Imagine he locked in. Imagine. Like, is he actually at his potential?
No.
What would that guy's potential be if he locked in? And he's locked in. I mean, he's made hundreds of millions. He's done a lot.
Julius Caesar level.
Julius Caesar level, yeah. Changed the whole world.
Would you compare him to Marcel?
I would, but for different reasons.
I mean, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, one.
In a certain capacity of power, right? You know in the movie Star Wars, like, you remember like the Skywalker family? Like some people are born with it. You know what I mean? My kids have that actually. It's very interesting. I hate that though, because man, I fucked those kids up inadvertently. They have the best life. I never yelled at them a single time. I'm so nice to them, so loving them. But like, imagine having that put on you. Can you guys imagine that? That kind of expectation. That's crazy, man. I don't know if I'm supposed to prepare them and tell them to embrace what they could do, or if I'm supposed to just guide them off of it. I don't know what to do. But I guess the point is that they have that, okay? Their mother has it too, by the way. So there's certain people that just have it, and then there's certain people who learn from it. And if you're learning from it, you also will have it. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay? So there's guys like Andrew who just is misguided in many ways, but also so powerful in many ways, right? So it's like, if people like that would just lock in, the potential is crazy. You see what I'm saying? You know who also has it? Actually, Trump. But he's all fucked up. You see it? He's all fucked up. He's like arguing with Rosie O'Donnell. Pretty funny, actually. It's pretty hilarious. But do you see it? Like, do you see how much energy that guy just moves?
Yeah.
Do you see that? But when you have that much movement of energy, you really, remember I said escalating temptations? Do you guys catch that?
Yeah.
Do you remember Jesus in the desert? What's Satan offer him?
World, everything.
Yeah, so it's escalating temptations on your path. Look, guys, if you want to know how I know this, if you're like, well, where's Owen getting this from? Again, I coach billionaires. I coach guys hundreds of millions. So I see it happen to them. I'm on the phone with these guys. Like during COVID, I'd be on the phone with these guys like 5 hours a day. I'd be on like multiple one-on-ones. They're paying me a lot of money. So I'm on the phone with these guys. Okay? So I'm seeing what they're dealing with. I see the escalating temptations put up close. Do you know what most of them wind up doing? Psychedelics. Then they get to be enlightened. Not going to kill you. I'm just making the point. It's not necessarily the end of the world to do it, but I'm just saying it's not the progress they think it is. Brian Johnson does it now. So.
You know Brian Johnson, the Live Forever guy?
Yep.
Yeah.
They all these tech bros love their psychedelics. Okay? So again, it's fine to do it, but I'm just making the point, like it's not necessarily taking you where you think. It is a preview, right? If I go take steroids, that's showing me what muscles can look like, but it's unearned. Okay? Life is there to show this to you, but you have to see it. Okay? So it's all there, okay? But anyway, let's just wrap this up. So watch. So what I'm trying to show you guys is context. So your question was, how do I learn? I said a lot of experiences, but with context, okay? So in other words, you have an experience, okay? And then the experience is the surface layer, and then you find the meaning in there's another layer of meaning in what's happening to you, okay? So your mind has to keep coming back to, okay, so this is what's happening, and then where is this taking me? A simple example is, repeat this after me, you either get bitter or better. So in other words, if somebody has a bad thing happen, like their ex dumped them, Some people, they have their ex dump them, and then for years they loop on that and they get bitter. It's like this endless loop. Bitter, 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 right? It's like, back in the 80s, this happened to me, and I could have been a contender. That kind of shit, right? I could have been a contender. So you go bitter. So you find identity in that victimization. Or, even with the worst things that can happen, okay? Or what happens, you get better. So you say, well, what am I getting from this? So you ask yourself the question of, why is this in the field? Say, why is this in my field?
Why is this in my field?
Okay, and then basically use that to say the word transmute it.
Transmute it.
Okay, so the art of living is basically taking that energy over and over and over, transmute, transmute, transmute. It's like just take it, fuel. It's just fuel, okay? Fuel, 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 fuel. Then you're like Ken and Ryu, Street Fighter, Hadouken, okay? So you're getting the fuel, and then out. So it's all coming at you. So most of us, we need like happy things as fuel, right? Happy things are fuel. But where we come from instead is all fuel. Negativity is fuel. You know how like some little sea creatures can like eat like a dead carcass, or like they can eat like mold off a volcano? Getting more power means that you have the capacity to eat anything at its fuel. Okay? Good things, fuel. Bad things, fuel. Mid things, fuel. Like that crappy movie on the airplane, fuel. Okay? That's, that microwave dinner, fuel, right? But it's like, ideally avoid the microwave dinner, but you know my point, right? So, microplastics, fuel. But okay, not fuel. But anyway, look. So basically what you have is you get better at directing your fuel, you get better at consuming the right fuel, but then the other things that are not ideal are also fuel. And then what happens is that this increases your capacity for will, okay? Now, I'll actually wrap on this point. The esoteric spiritual traditions, what are the primary lessons in it, aside from movement of energy and awareness of who you are, is the capacity for true proactivity. Say true proactivity.
True proactivity.
Have you ever questioned, like, if your thoughts are yours?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of thoughts come from biological drives. I'm horny, I'm hungry, I'm cold, I'm hot, I'm tired. And that is you, kind of, because you're intertwined in your body. But it's really the intelligence of the body. That's not your higher intelligence. You're in your body, respect it. It's your teammate, big time teammate. But it's not just you. Another place our thoughts come from is ego. Am I cool? Am I not cool? What'd they say? I'm the best. Oh, I'm the worst. I'm the biggest victim. But is that you? By the way, just some slight context. The ego is so fake that its entire desire is to be proven real. The whole existence is just trying to make it real. So the ego's entire function is to deny the infinite. Say that.
The ego's entire function is to deny.
Yeah, people with NPD, by the way, have what's called a false self. Okay, they have what's called a diffuse identity. It's a hive mind. Basically, what they do is the narcissist surrounds himself with yes men who then, because they had a failure of identity in younger age from trauma usually, but it could be genetic, could be trauma. And then they have a diffuse identity. So then what they do is they need what's called, say the word narcissistic supply. Yeah, so they keep needing narcissistic supply in order to get identity, okay? And what narcissists tend to do is they pedestalize followed by idealize. So they basically suck out people's soul for supply because they pedestalize them, make the person dependent, then they do a discard, and they soak in their soul as supply because of the hole that's there. Now, what you'll see, that energy, is they go around needing validation because they're fake. So the entire purpose of narcissists is just to prove that they exist. Your ego, even as a non-narcissist, is doing that to you as well. You know that enemy that you have? It's so that your false self can exist. That victimization, it's so the false self can exist. It's also the false self can exist. So now you're being run, look at this, you're being run by biological drives, Not you, but even it's you, but not. It's like you, but not you. Look, don't like start whipping yourself or something. Although some people actually in spirituality they do that. But they do food fastings. They work until emptiness to deny the body so that to wake up the soul. Food fasting, all that. But then you have your ego fucking with you. But you know what else you have? You have social programming fucking with you. You see that? Yes. Look at the soup you're in. Look at the soup you're in. Biological drives, asleep. Ego, asleep. Social conditioning, asleep. You know what else your body has little addictions in it. You could get addicted to carbs. You get addicted to candida. You get addicted to being negative a certain amount per day. You ever have a girlfriend who's like gets mad a certain amount of times per day predictably about something? That's not her. That's synaptic pathway activation. That's body homeostasis, emotional addiction. So if you're addicted, if you're an emotional addict, ensconced in social conditioning, biological drives running your brain, ego running your brain, social conditioning running your brain, addiction running your brain, falseness running your brain, what are you even doing? And, oh no, here's the best part. You want to know the best part? I talked about it earlier. Your brain is simulating thinking to think that you're the thinker to keep you asleep. And now you wonder why all these guys are chodes. Why are these guys beta males? Because they're being brainwashed. Under that barrage and tsunami of being propagandized, they're beta males, right? So the art is finding proactivity. It's getting, watch this. This is key. It's getting back to first mover. Say that.
Getting back to first mover.
Okay, look. It's getting back to first mover. Say that.
Getting back to first mover.
So for me to do a great speech, where I'm starting to come from is, I'm not in my body. I have not eaten yet today, by the way. Actually, you know those healthy versions of O. Henry bars that you can get at CVS? I had a little tiny thing of that. That's all I've had. Okay, anyway, it's called, what's the fucking thing's called? Anyway, they're tasty. Okay, so I have it's called, I can't remember. But anyway, but that's all I had. Okay, I'm on 3 hours sleep. Okay, not your guys' fault, not my fault, just I get jacked up on these things, okay? My body's, my whole essence is transformed around these things, so you lose. Did anyone here lose sleep a bit as around this?
So much.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what happens on these. Yeah, you're in process. I'm used to it, okay? Okay, so, okay. I'm trying to transcend any social conditioning, but we're all, in our social conditioning, but I'm trying to transcend that, okay? So I'm not letting my body run me from low sleep, right? I'm not letting my ego run me. So in other words, I don't want to, in an ideal world, I'm not in separation consciousness right now, ideally. Ideally. We all are, right? But ideally. So I'm not being run by the falseness of the ego. I'm not being run by biological drives. I'm not being run by needing an outcome. I'm not going to need an outcome. Okay? Now by the way, I'm gonna be egotistical here and say what I really think of this, but I want to show you where I am to help you to get there too, okay? I believe that I'm in one of the greatest speeches ever given right now. I know I'm in it. Now in saying that sounds like a big claim, but the bar's kind of low. What are we really fighting on YouTube at this point? It's not that I'm so great, it's just the bar's low, right? I'm in a field of dunces, as Charlie Munger would call it. So, because they're all hooked on their internet marketing. They don't care fully, they care a bit. So, if I know that I'm in that, okay? So I know I'm in it. That's like Kobe knowing he's in a 81-point game. So you know that you're in it. And so if I know that I'm in it, say the word escalating temptations.
Escalating temptations.
So I feel the ego knocking on the back door. So I've got to keep, so when I feel going ding, ding, ding. You guys see that? Yeah. So on my greatest nights out, I have walked on water. Okay? You guys ever just go out and you made out 30 fucking girls in a row and you're just you're having 3-way makeouts, 4-way makeouts, it's just crazy. That's the fun of going out, right?
Been there.
Yeah, it's dope. You haven't? You will. You will. Yeah. Everyone I train does it. So here's the thing.
I believe.
So when I'm in it, okay, if you want to know what I'm thinking, okay, you want to hear the peak of narcissism, okay? In my mind, when I'm doing this, I don't even care if I don't even like sex with a condom. So I use condoms, but I don't care. I don't even care if I have sex. In my brain, I view it like I'm entertaining God. You see this? You follow what I'm saying? But I know that sounds a bit weird. But okay, but you have to understand, because people view like meeting girls as like skeevy or whatever, right? Well, look, like I've met Justin Bieber. I used to coach Tom from MySpace, and Bieber, we'd see him at like Voda Spa, and I talked to him and stuff. So Bieber, when he told us that he was gonna just go celibate, that was real like spirituality there, because Bieber could have endless sex. Now you guys know who Bieber is. Bieber was convinced that by his preacher, but who's his preacher's name? Carl Lentz, who was a total fuckboy cheating on his wife. But anyway, so Bieber got told not to bang girls by a guy that was banging girls. They love that, right? They love that. But anyway, you know how that works. So, okay, but point is, like the hypocrisy sometimes of preachers and stuff can do that sometimes. But anyway, look. So when Bieber gives up sex, that's real spirituality, right? When women are throwing themselves at you, give that up. But people will think of say, meeting women as like unspiritual. Unspiritual is when you're Bieber, and then you just start like having sex with endless women that are throwing themselves at you, which puts them asleep, which is why Bieber's on drugs. I mean, we see Bieber all the time at Soho, Malibu. He's whacked out of his mind. The poor guy is lost. Has everything in the world, he's lost. He's a classic case, actually. His only songs that are super resonant are one where he talks about how he's lonely, and it's resonant because he's really lonely. He's fucked up. Well, that's what happened, is he got unenlightened by being given everything. It's actually trauma. Do you understand what they did to him? They deified a young boy. That is the ultimate version of traumatizing him. That's why you don't necessarily want all the material. That's what AI is going to do. It's going to turn everyone to Bieber. At best. That's how we live. So, okay, because he didn't have to. I mean, Bieber earned it. He's doing his job, but Bieber almost needs the depression to grow the roots because the tree's too high. See that? So it's like they grew this freaky tree without roots. It's abuse to the tree. We need roots. Roots is the pain, and proactive non-resistance. Say proactive non-resistance.
Proactive non-resistance.
Okay, so now, if you look at the difference, one is a guy were to go out and just start having sex with prostitutes. Like you go to Macau or Thailand, and for $20 you just hooker. What are you doing yourself when you're doing that? It's like drugs, right? Is that the same thing as maybe a guy like yourself who's never kissed a girl, who's afraid to go talk to a girl, who finds the courage to talk to a girl, who has to find the social calibration to talk to a girl, takes many rejections to get that first kiss? Is that the same thing as Bieber having sex with a groupie or a creepy incel having sex with hookers in Thailand? Is that the same behavior? No. But it gets clumped in, right? But it's a very different behavior. In reality, did you have to become very present to find the courage within yourself to go to that girl?
Yes.
Yeah, you actually had to stretch yourself, right? So is being a rich kid the same thing as being on a real entrepreneurial journey?
No.
Yeah, so when they say money or sex extinguishes your soul, that's when it's given to you easily. Engaging with life, just choosing to engage with life properly, that's not you being unspiritual. And spiritual bypassing is not you being unspiritual, okay? But anyway, let's circle back. So, leaving you with this. In esoteric ideas of spirituality, what they're trying to do, where they're trying to take you, is into a space where you quiet the mind. You quiet biology. Now, by the way, you should also listen to biology. It is there to help you, okay? Don't go kill yourself. But you quiet the, say the word mind density.
Mind density.
Mind dominance.
Mind dominance.
Yeah, so they always say in spirituality, the mind is a great slave, but not a great master. So mind's there to help you. Well, look, when I do my schedule for the year, I use my mind. I don't channel my schedule, okay? But I don't channel my bank account. But what I'm getting at is that the mind is there for you to do a schedule, a bank account, but it's not there for your greatest creative endeavor. It's not there for you to go out, not there for public speaking, not there for the act of creation as much, right? Maybe a little. So there's a balance. Remember, what does Eckhart Tolle say? 1 foot in essence, 1 foot in the physical, okay? So you have a balance of the two. It's that balance of the two that creates tension. Say it creates the tension. Okay? Now, so basically what you have here, because pure essence without a foot in the physical is apathy. Say apathy.
Apathy.
Yes, you don't want to be apathetic. That's called spiritual bypassing. Say spiritual bypassing.
Spiritual bypassing.
Awesome. Okay. So basically what you do is to get to your core, you learn to quiet the mind, and you learn to quiet the ego that's looking for a false self, looking to make itself real. You quiet the social conditioning, you quiet the biology, and you transcend it. So when Kobe goes and shoots the two points at the end of the game, he's quieting his pain. You see that? He's torn his Achilles, and he quiets the mind in pain and scores last 2 baskets. Goes out in a blaze of glory. The next version of Kobe is the injured version, who will later go on to score 60 points. The other version of Kobe is one who was given a gift. Now, other people died in that, which is terrible. But what was the gift Kobe was given?
He didn't have to beat that.
Kobe didn't have to stick around here to coach girls basketball for 40 years. Why was Kobe taken?
His job was done.
His job was done. That's not a coincidence. You could see the light increasing in his eyes progressively. He got graduated early. Kobe always wants to be the best. Did Jesus live to 100? I'm not saying Kobe's Jesus, but maybe to me. But you know my point, right? Okay, so try to see the patterns, what's happening here. Again, horrible tragedy, not diminishing it for the families. Okay? But in the context of infinite, people will be okay. Now, quiet the mind. And from that space of empty, we find proactivity. In other words, it's creative output without need for ego gratification. It's creative output without need for result. As we learn in the Bhagavad Gita, it is creative output that is done for no other purpose than the joy of the dance. Now, why is that resonant with the infinite when it's done for no other purpose but the joy of the dance?
Because you come back to death anyways, it doesn't matter.
Watch this. Why did God create fart jokes?
Because they're fucking funny.
They're funny. In a state, women have a shadow side that's really bad, but they have a great side where they're oracles. They have both, by the way. Unfortunately, a lot of our women are getting more on their shadow side a lot of time these days, right? But that's because the women follow the men. Men lose frame, they become a non-stop permanent shit test. And men collectively lose frame. The women are a reflection of us. Guys are like, the women these days in the West, that's you. That's your women. A lot of leaders are like, oh, America's the West is fucked, and all the people are derpers. That's your derpers. You're the leader. If you're the leader and your derpers are fucked up, who's that on? That's on you. I don't blame anyone. You put it on you. That's your derpers. That homeless guy on the street is all fucked up robbing people. You're the leader. Why is that happening? The girls are all crazy, hopped up on like a toxic version of feminism, not the good version. Who's that on? Who's that on?
Men.
So men. That's on you. Oh, they're doing what? You're complaining about a girl, dude? That's on you. So, I got called toxic and pass the shit test, bitch. So, you're bringing it back to creativity. So now, that space of emptiness, the portal then opens, okay? You're in process, the portal opens. Why? Because the universe, okay, we're here on this little planet, right? We're on the little planet. But what does the universe look like in context?
Fucking massive.
How big?
Infinitely bigger.
You guys ever watch a video of what the universe looks like? Like video of like it shows you say video of galaxy. I'll see if I can like find one. Do anyone of you guys know like one of these ones where it shows the expansion?
Yeah. It's like this is an ant.
Yeah, can you guys I'm not getting reception. Or wait. I mean, there's even better videos than that. Like there's ones where it'll show Earth and it zooms out. Like, do you guys see, like, what's the size of this shit? That's not even the video, the ideal video, but do you guys see? Yeah. Do you guys see how much there is? That's real. That's fucking real. What the fuck? Like, I gotta get a McDonald's Big Mac. Someone cut in line. Like, okay? So, but the thing is that at the same time, there is day-to-day life, right? Sometimes someone just cut you a line. It's fucking annoying. Okay, so there's relative importance and there's absolute importance, right? So, understand, okay, the energy that created that, human beings are both, we have an antenna, say we have an antenna. Receivers of energy. Transmitters of energy. So what happens is, you're either tuned into the Big Mac and the bitch that got in your way, the dickhead asshole got in your way, or you're tuned into, So, what we realize is, okay, here's the main thing. Human beings have this kind of vacuum, okay? There's a, okay, let me put it this way. Good analogy. Have you guys ever seen it where like you're dating a girl and she becomes a lot like you and you realize that like I can see videos of an ex of mine where, and a couple exes, but especially one, where you can actually see, if I were to look her up on Google Images, she's a little famous, you can actually see where my energy was in her versus the new guy. Even if I can't tell like which pictures went. It's in the pupils. Remember I said you can tell like a guy from Walmart eating Cheetos from the pupils? You can see in the eyes. Now, that is because women have a space where they take on the beliefs and the frame of the guy they're with. You ever seen that where a girl molds you? Yeah. I hope you have. You ever seen it where a girl, she takes on your hobbies, your passions, like all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah. Now, as men, we look at that and we go, oh, look, like sometimes as a man, but I'm going to dispute this in a second. But as a man, do you ever almost feel like it's like, you almost want her to be like to be a girl because you're like, well then, and again, I'm going to dispute this, but I just want to draw initial attention before disputing it. Do you see how it makes you almost feel like she's not even like a full human because you're like, well, if you just take on my beliefs or whatever, if you just take on the beliefs and the personality and the energy of whatever guy you're with, then how's that even a full human experience? You ever have that thought?
Yeah.
Okay. But what if you also have that? That'll be a great misquote for me. Somebody, they'll cut that out of context. So look, so what is your version of that?
We're listening to you.
Being in this room.
Yeah, I mean that, it's being in this room, but it's also what you're tapped into. So men also have it too. Men also have it too. So in other words, men also have what you're tapped into, and it could be the Big Mac, it could be the weed, it could be bad stuff, separation, ego, whatever, or it could be God. But again, being tapped into God is not this thing where it's like, I'm tapped into God, so I'm better than all of you, and I'm divine. Fuck all this shit, man. You see these people in Venice? Holy shit, dude. Like these like spiritual chicks that do like tarot and stuff. It's sick in the head. Not every girl does tarot. So maybe they are, I don't know. But, so I'm not saying that, but look, it's not tapped into, like, it's not tapped into God like, oh, I'm tapped into God, making ego out of that. It's actually accessible to everybody. Like how, you ever seen a kid playing on the sandbox? That's tapped into God. Maybe your girl dancing. That could be tapped into God. Could be tapped into booze and Molly, but you know, it could be tapped into God, right? Or a bit of both. God plus Molly plus vodka or something, right? So, but you see how that goes? So who you are actually has a vacuum. So in the Lord's Prayer, Jesus says, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. What does that mean? Can anyone guess?
God's will to be done.
Yeah, but what it means is that, watch this. Okay, do you want to be run by some weird false self that just like tries to reinforce its own fake existence and argues with you? Do you want to be run by that? No. Do you want to be run by LVE, low vibration energy, like negativity, satanic energy? Because do you guys ever see someone homeless on the street run by satanic energy? Yeah. No. Okay, do you want to be run by that? No. Do you want to be run by, I don't know, just like addiction to porn? Maybe. No, right? Do you want to be run by like weird little addictions in your body to anger? No. Do you want to be run by just the intelligence of your biology, but your soul never really wakes up?
No.
Okay. So here's the big one. Do you remember earlier on today, when I said one of the shocking things that you don't even exist? Talk about things like the Milgram experiment, right? So the idea that you don't even exist is the idea that, in effect, there's nothing actually there. You're just a temple for whatever you let in. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So, I mean, by a weird way of looking at it, and you don't have to be Christian, by the way, but by a weird way of looking at it, Christianity is actually like, that's some pretty crazy shit. What are you actually being told to do?
Essentially.
Okay, imagine you go to like Africa, right? And like you go in, I've actually done this, by the way. I've been to Africa. I've been in the poor townships and stuff. So I've met these people. So you go see like a healer, right? You go see a healer. I've done this. I've actually done this. It's wild, right? And like a healer's like, you know, they're like, and then they start like channeling some weird thing. It's like, like that kind of stuff, right? Christianity is basically telling you to do that. I'm doing it now. Do you see what I'm doing here?
Yes.
Okay, so watch it. So it's basically telling you to die and to channel something inside yourself. But it's not actually telling you to die. You know why?
Because you're actually coming to life, like the fullest essence of life.
Bing, 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 because you're already dead. Remember I said the mind is simulating that you're alive. What's happening is you're unconscious. Okay, again, how do we know this? This big claim, the mind, how do we know? If you try to meditate, look, try right now. Now, look, I got you guys pretty present right now, so you actually probably could do it now. But outside this room, try meditating. Meditate. Meditation, right? You still the mind. What happens when someone's new to meditation, they try to still the mind? What happens? What do they rapidly discover about their brain?
It's noisy in there.
Their brain won't shut the fuck up.
The brain won't shut the fuck up. Which means what? What's it mean?
It's not you.
It's not you. What's it? What are you gonna tell me?
Is that why Jesus resurrects?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bing, bing, bing. Okay, good. You guys are a step ahead of me. Now watch this, okay? Yeah, death of the body, rebirth of the soul. Now watch. So basically what you have is this, okay? So that's my interpretation. Take it for what it is. Now, okay. So you try to meditate. The mind is unable to stop thinking. The reason the mind can't stop thinking is because it's producing thoughts and making you think you're thinking it. That is why meditation in an Eastern tradition can lead to awakening, because you learn to shut off the part that isn't you, and you recognize yourself as the witnessing consciousness beyond the thoughts. Eckhart Tolle teaches it. Tao Te Ching teaches it. Bhagavad Gita teaches it. Okay, we find it through process orientation. Why does the Bhagavad Gita teach that via attachment only to process we find the infinite? Because the infinite is always in process and there is no outcome. Say that. The infinite is always in process.
Always in process.
There is no outcome.
There is no outcome.
Correct. Bang! Bang! Okay? Infinite is always in process. There's no outcome. Look, you guys saw the fucking universe in my phone, right? Showed you the universe. My phone showed you the universe, right? Shows a lot of cool shit. Okay? Phone showed you the universe. How big is that?
Infinite.
Human beings are antennas. We are, what's the R? What are we as an R? And what are we? Transmitters, broadcasters, right? So the infinite's there, and we're like these little monkey things on the earth in the dirt, right? But, what else are we?
The infinite.
Forged in the image of our creator as creator beings. So in other words, so what you're being taught is that you have an antenna, the antenna's there, and so this big galaxy out there, we all want to go see the galaxy. You ever seen Ad Astra with Brad Pitt? So Brad Pitt, his dad, talk about a legacy like I was saying with my kids, his dad wants to go see the edge of the galaxy to find other life, but he realizes in the silence and the dead void of the universe that he should appreciate life back on Earth. That's the lesson in the movie. Here, try to follow this, okay? You ever seen how people that do acid, they're like, the universe, bro?
Yep.
Come on, who here has done acid? They got the room. Awesome. Okay, right. So for those of you guys that did acid, do you know like universe, bro? Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Universe, bro. Someone made a meme of me, or they showed a picture of like me with like a joint in my mouth and like the universe above my head. If Owen did drugs, right? So for people who did acid, what's like universe, bro mean?
It's like you're sitting there, I remember, you're sitting there, you're just laying down and you're just fucking laughing because it's like, it's right now.
Yeah.
It's just right now. Like,
Yeah, it's like universe, bro. Yeah. Yeah.
I stared at a tennis ball for 1 hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. It's a universe, bro. It's the universe in a tennis ball. Yep.
Yeah, I literally felt my soul in my body. It felt like a soup. It was just being drifted outside of me.
Yeah. I like how this speech ends with an advertisement for LSD. So everyone's like, fuck this guy. So, okay. So, yeah. Okay, guys. So, but guys, so universe, bro, right? But the thing is, at the end of the day, you still get approach anxiety from it. You see that? Not from it, but like, you still have to come here to defeat your approach anxiety. Yep. So that's why it gives it to you and takes it away. Yeah. I'm trying to show you how to grow the real roots here. Okay? So universe, bro. So understand, universe, bro means it doesn't. This shit here doesn't matter that it's out there. We don't actually like. We can go to Mars. We can go become interstellar. It's all super dope, but we don't have to. Got it?
Got it.
Yeah, we don't have to do that.
No,
it's already there. Okay? Universe, bro. Okay? So, in other words, the joking, the dancing, again, think back to Hugh Jackman, is it? Wolverine? The movie The Fountain, right? What does the Oracle wife know that he doesn't?
it's all happening now.
Okay, this bitch is playing in the snow. Okay? I'm just trying to shock you into attention. Okay, so, yeah, I don't believe that word as a real word. Now, what I'm saying is, she's playing in the snow. Universe, bro. You got it? Universe, bro. Okay, so in other words, the universe is in the snow. A kid who has not developed the separation yet is playing. What do the pupils look like?
What?
Big. Okay? So, like in effect, there's the universe. Universe, bro. Okay, watch this. Like say you have, I'll see if I got this on me. If you see a 5-year-old, what can you see in their pupils?
God.
Universe, bro. Okay? That's what you're actively seeing in the kid's fucking pupil. Okay, watch.
Tristan, why are you lowering my life satisfaction? Tristan, in order for me to increase my life satisfaction, I have to kick you out. I have to remove you from my life to increase my life satisfaction, according to Tom.
I said that as a response.
That other guy, I have to beat you up now.
I was saying that as a response to a video that said that having no children increases life satisfaction. I was doing it as a parody. Universe, bro.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I did. Tristan.
This was a response to people saying that you should spank your kids. Bitches, dude. Losers.
Should I beat you up to discipline you? Should I? Does that help you to grow and mature? Tristan, is it time for the beatdown? Will that help our family life? And for you to accomplish more? Are you ready? Are you ready for the beat?
Now, I've frame controlled him, actually. As a kid, he's frame controlled into constant laughter. I never hit my kid a single time. I never yelled at him a single time. He's never seen me angry a single time. Never seen me sick a single time. Never seen me afraid a single time. So what's his frame like? What's his eyes look like?
Universe, bro.
Yeah, universe, bro. Right? Would me spanking him help him? No. Right? So it's actually re-traumatization, all that bullshit. Like, it helps discipline your kids. He doesn't act bad. These are my other kids. My kids never act bad. They trust me. They take my advice. It's so dumb. Anyway, look, so I was saying that because people say, oh, having no kids increase life satisfaction. You should, and if you have a kid, you should discipline them. So I was making that as a parody, show how stupid it is, how misguided they are. But What do you see in his pupils? What is the antenna there? What's the antenna?
Universe, bro.
Say it.
Universe, bro.
Yes. Okay. What's in there?
There's no outcome in mind.
When I hike with Tristan up Runyon Canyon, what I try to do is lug my fat ass to the top. What Tristan does is he skips the whole time, stops, plays with shit, and then explores it, and then keeps going. He does not in a rush. So notice how an older person is closer to death, and a younger person has just emerged from the like through the veil. So they're more in the infinite. So they're more playful. The channel's more clear. As a kid, we have that, then we lose it. The book Iron John by Robert Bly describes that we lose the golden ball, and our job in adulthood is to rediscover the golden ball. So, what is the purpose of kids for an adult?
To remind you of the golden ball.
Yeah, it's the golden ball. So it's a reminder. Universe, bro. The golden ball. Okay, it's a reminder. So the mind, ideally, in esoteric spiritual tradition, we realize that if we're being run by biological drives, ego, addiction, social conditioning, that's not even you. Now, you eat a cow. You guys like steak?
Yeah.
Now, that's an animal. You ever seen a cow? That's a real animal. How do you justify it as, and I actually think it's fine, but how do you justify eating a cow? Under what basis do you allow this cow to get murdered and to eat it? And sometimes you don't even finish it. You throw it in the garbage. How do you justify that?
Death comes for us all.
It's not consciously aware.
It's unconscious. Cycle of life, food chain, unconscious. What if we said, and now that doesn't mean eat a human or hurt a human ever, so we're not animalizing a human, dehumanizing anybody, but is it possible that a human being's consciousness is closer to a cow than we might think?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so are you, in your mind, are you the good guy in your own movie?
Yeah.
For sure.
You want good things for yourself?
Yes.
But then you eat a cow. So if you eat a cow, if you're unconscious yourself and you eat a cow, that you're not really in alignment with yourself because you're unconscious eating other unconscious beings. You're a cow. Okay? It's why look, you know the stereotype of the elites? The stereotype of the elites, like the Epstein class they would call it, how do they see the masses? Like, Georgia Guidestones, all that stuff. How do they see the masses? Say the word useless eaters.
Useless eaters.
Right? Now, again, I don't agree with this, but how in the stereotype of the elites, whether true or not, what do they think should happen to the useless eaters?
Eat the bugs.
Reduce population by 500.
Eat the bugs, do the AI, gradually depopulate, put in depopulationist propaganda. Eventually they die so that they can do transhumanism, and then there could be a small amount of people. If you watch this, guys, if you go see the movie Postcard from Earth by over at the Sphere, I think that was even by the same guy that made these other movies. It basically shows it portrays humans as useless eaters. Here's the best part, though. Okay, so let's give it to them. Humans are useless eaters, right? They're all unconscious. They're all asleep. Who put them asleep?
The rich.
The Rockefellers.
Yeah, look. So I beat your ass, break your legs, and then I go, you have no value. Your legs don't work. But who put them to sleep? Satan. So it's a pimp-hoe relationship between the elites and the masses anyway. That's not all rich people, by the way. But you see where I'm getting at here? Okay. Quick question, but I won't stay on track.
This is just curious. Do you think is it because they know you can awaken, you have the potential for that, and they hate that, or they don't even know it's possible?
They are equally asleep as the useless eater derper at Walmart. They're just a richer version.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what's funny? When I first started teaching these guys, a lot of these billionaires I first taught, I remember I don't hate fucking anybody. Like, I really don't. Like, I'm one of these dudes where, like, someone hates on me in the street, I still love them. I love everybody. Like, do you guys ever picture me hating somebody? I really don't. I like to clown and pretend I do as a joke. I never hate anybody. The couple people that I ever hated were some of these elites. When I was younger, I met them and I fucking hate them. I got recruited by the Kurzweil Institution for this like live forever shit. And I remember they came to one of my events in San Fran, and they're like, "Yeah, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that." They're trying to get me to join up with them. And I remember just like, I was like, "There's something wrong here." I'm in my 20s. I'm like, "There's something fucked up here." I had these huge seminars back then, and I'm like, I think I'm good. I'm just like, this sounds really cool, but I'm good. And one of these dudes that he was one of his recruiters starts fucking like, it's like their fucking eyes turn black and they're like, "You don't know what you're doing. You don't know the fucking power. You're fucking leaving." Like it was crazy. It's one of my first time I ever saw something like that. And I was like, and I remember I was like, "Yo, I'm good." I remember I'm walking away and I can hear this demon fucking shrieking. I'm like, "Man, this dude's in a weird mood, man." I'm like, "This is like, what's going? This is what the fuck did I just see? This shit's fucking crazy." Okay. I have predicted the death of many people, by the way. I predicted Avicii's death. I later moved into Avicii's old house. You know how I predicted Avicii's death? I saw him at Allegra outside of XS. And man, I had the best fucking night. I was gaming. I had the most fun night ever. And I see Avicii there, and I'm like, "Man, I had so much fun." He was DJing, and I'm like, "Oh, it's gonna be so cool seeing Avicii. He probably had more fun than I did." And I come maybe from me to you here, and I feel a fucking wave of death coming off of him. I feel a wave of death. And I look at him, he's all mad. Later, they made a documentary about Avicii and about how he's all mad. His managers abuse him. Dude, look, maybe your managers abuse you to some extent, fine, but you're responsible for yourself, you're an adult. And he was complaining the whole time. We pay money to go to a club. He gets paid money to go to a club. But he's in a dark place, now he's dead. You know another guy I knew was gonna die? Rich Piana. I knew he was dying. I saw it, I go, "This guy's gonna die." You can see it when the energy of death is around someone. You see it coming. You know it's coming for them. You can see the Grim Reaper around this person, okay? You can see when it's happening. Yep.
So.
But there's been many I've seen.
A couple of years.
Real quick.
A couple of years ago,
Gotta be faster.
I walked into a nightclub in Orlando. I went to the bar, bought a bottle of beer, smelt it, put the bottle of beer down, walked out, talked to.
Was this Pulse nightclub?
It was the week before it happened.
Yeah, before a mass shooting. You can feel it, okay? You have to open your awareness up a little bit. You know, it's like animals run from a tsunami. So there's energies out there. You can feel it. Go into a slum or something like that, okay? You can see it. So you can predict what's gonna happen. You can feel it coming. You can see when someone's on their descent. You can feel it. They're going into the physical. Remember we said what goes up must come down? They attach on something, they get pulled down, and you can see them dropping like a stone. You can watch it as they're being enveloped in LVE. They're being pulled down by the LVE, and they're going to be swallowed by it. Yep.
Do you ever still feel like LV kind of gets inside you?
Absolutely.
And then, even with your awareness, and then what do you do? Like, what's the best way?
It's the stuff I'm teaching you here. You're not going to get overnight. Life experience surrounded by context. Real quick, yep.
How do you differentiate between just the stress of growing and LVE?
That's a great question. I think over time you'll get a palate for it. Also, LVE is often in a state of fixation. We fixate on something. You're in fixation. That's how you know it's not real. But it seems so pure and beautiful that it becomes a fixation. Oh, my ex, beautiful fixation. Okay, that's LVE.
What's the difference between the energy of death and evil?
It's the same. So yeah, but it's also snuffing out the soul. Why does heroin snuff out the soul? Because it's so good. If it's so good, you get sucked in and it snuffs it. So let me wrap with this, okay? Watch. I've been drilling you guys for hours here, okay? So a couple things. What do you notice about how my energy sustains?
It keeps going and going and going. It's been going for like 5 hours.
Okay, energy sustains, got that? Okay, energy sustains. So what are you learning by watching the stamina component?
What's possible?
If you tap into the infinite, what's your energy like?
Literally.
Could I keep doing this?
Yes.
For how long?
Forever.
Correct. Now watch this, okay? So then from there, but it just depends what you're tapping into, what energy source you're tapping into. Now watch this. So esoteric spiritual tradition, we move out of all these influences into no roof overhead, say that?
No roof overhead.
No ground underfoot.
No ground.
Okay? So in other words, the space of stillness, say that.
Space of stillness.
Okay, so Eckhart Tolle has a book. What's the purple book by Eckhart Tolle called? The purple one. Come on, man, the purple one. The purple one. Got to reach that card.
Oneness with all or something?
That's a great one. Stillness speaks.
Stillness speaks, yeah.
Still. Go, put your finger up. Still. Okay, still. Still the mind, and then stillness speaks. Okay, so you go still. What that does is it puts up the antenna, and then you're trying to help, you're trying to add value and create without outcome. That puts up the antenna. Now, you can put it down. I love it. Then what happens is, in effect, here's what I'm trying to show you. You don't exist in the way you think you do. The thing that you think of as you is a culmination of noise from social conditioning, your fake ego, your biology, feeding your brain with thoughts. So because you don't even exist, you're rooting for a main character that has no actual tangible existence. Now, where do the New Age folks take this? They take it real narcissistic. They say you're God. Well, last time I checked, I took a shit this morning and I lost my keys. So I'm pretty sure I'm not God. Well, even God loses keys. Listen, these motherfuckers, I live in these fucking LA, okay? These fucking New Age people that did too much drugs are whacked out of their fucking mind, okay? In fact, the essence of Satanism is they think they're God. And so they're like, you are God, I am God, we're all God, all this shit, okay? These guys are whacked out of their fucking gourd. So the I am God thing is they did the psychedelics, and then it taught them they're what?
God.
But if you think you're God, what is that? Okay? What is it? If you think you're fucking God,
You're Lucifer.
little narcissistic, yeah, you're Lucifer. It's satanic. So you like, man, I've did the DMT and I learned I'm God. Cool, bro. Where's your internet funnel? Like, where's your funnel, bro? I thought you're God. Can you make an extra $1,000 a month? Shut the fuck up. Okay, God. Shut up, God. Okay. So misquote that one too. Okay? Cut that out of context too. Okay, so you see, I'm not saying shut up to God. I'm saying shut up to fake God. Okay? So you see what's going on here? So here's what you are. Here's actually what you are. You're this empty space that can tune in and look, you're a fucking dude. You're John Smith or you're Stanley Johnson or you're Fred Durst. You're some motherfucker, right? And then basically, but you have a capacity to tap in. So then when you go away, in effect this, okay? You think, here's what you think and here's what you are. You think that you're Fred. And I'm Fred and I think this. But what you don't understand is I'm Fred and I think this is basically like, here's what I'm Fred and I think this is. I'm Fred and I think this is, and we're going to go out in a minute, by the way. I'm Fred and I think this, here's what it is basically like, you think you're thinking it, but it's just your autopilot brain running, making you think you're thinking it. And your autopilot brain is being manipulated by low vibe energy. It's being manipulated by ego. It's being manipulated by social conditioning. Your thoughts aren't your own, which means you're dead. But not actually dead, you're actually unconscious. You're under there sleeping. But because there is a nothingness, and because you can tap into universe, bro, and the energy of creation, you can learn to, like, same way you, look, to me, this is kind of fucked up, but in the spirit of playfulness, did you have to teach yourself to jerk off?
No. Yeah.
I did.
I did.
You know that first time when you're like 13, like my dick, or how old, or whatever it is, my dick tingles, right? And you're like, wait a minute, I can come, I heard about this. And you're like, whoa, okay? It's a blast from the past, right? Blast from the past. So, okay, so in effect what happens is you learn that you can do that. You can stimulate your mind into tapping into what you want to tap into. It's just a process, like going out. Just a process, learnable, replicable, accessible to all. The big guru's not the only one. So basically you learn to stimulate that, okay? So when you're seeing me doing this, I'm learning to stimulate that. That's what you're seeing. So anyway, if there's nothing there and you can tap in, the Bible teaches it, again, giving, forgiving enemies, laughing, being playful. It's anything that resonates with the infinite. Food fasting resonates with the infinite because you're taking away sovereignty from the physical body running you and you're putting in the infinite. I can do a day without food. Well, maybe I can't, but you know my point, right? So, okay, so Okay, so but that's the idea of fasting, right? Getting rejected again and again and again and again. When you go out, you say, you know what, I'm a soul, I'm infinite, I can take a rejection. You wake up. A big one, Gurdjieff, look up Gurdjieff, by the way. I think some of it says wacky, weird as fuck, like a lot of these guys, maybe me too. But he says that we can actually achieve enlightenment via hard work. By, say the word, emptying out. Emptying out. Okay? Some people achieve enlightenment by self-flagellating. Why? Because of putting on pain, you become present. My broken leg was a great opportunity to practice spirituality, actually. Chronic pain for months in bed, bored. Think that helped my spirit? It did. Pretty brutal way to wake up, but it helps. You're going to wake up. Get bitter or better. You better get better. So, in effect, we can learn to turn on that part of our mind. Now we're tapped in. But here's what's fucking crazy, right? We're just the witnesses. That's it. We're just the awareness. So the mental movie that you can watch can be the mental movie where you're tapped in, or it can be a mental movie where you're tapped into Satan and you're just super negative and fucked up, or it could be a mental movie where you're just like some asleep, like random guy that watches Dancing with the Stars and baseball. Some good baseball out there, but you know my point, right? Maybe you're that guy. So you can tune in to whatever mental movie you want to watch. But you're the observer. But as the observer, you have the capacity only for one thing. What is it?
Pay attention.
To watch and to choose what you tap into. Pay attention. As the observer, you can't do anything. All you can do is just choose what you tap into. That's it. So look at the quote and pay attention. And then we're going out. Watch this, okay? Watch and learn. I've read this before. It's a great one, okay? This is from the Gospel of John. I am the vine, you are the branches. It says, without this connection, he states, you can do nothing. And so it says this passage highlights the need for a deep, abiding relationship with Christ to live a fruitful life, okay? So just look it up, but the point is this, okay?
Do you want the ESV right here?
If it doesn't say words like husbandman, I can work with it. Okay, so, all right, so I am the true vine, my Father is the vine dresser. Man, I have.
I got one with the gardener.
All right, let's go with that. I am the true vine, and my Father is the gardener. He cuts. Watch, guys, pay attention. This is pretty important. He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit. You guys catch it? You guys seeing what this means?
Yeah.
You guys seeing what this fucking means?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which verse?
He cuts. I am the true vine, and my Father is the gardener. He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit. Got it? While every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes so that it will be even more fruitful. What is that? Expansion, ego. What does pruning mean? Pain. You're being pruned. Can you feel yourself being pruned?
Yeah.
I can too. Okay. You are already clean because of the word I have spoken to you. Remain in me as I also remain in you. Do you see what that is? Do you understand? Do you have the eyes to see? We can only tune in as a receiver. Doesn't mean you have to be Christian, by the way. Just take the lesson. I don't need to get stuck in dogma and all this dogmatic shit. Okay? You are already clean because the word I have spoken to you. Remain in me as I also remain in you. No branch can bear fruit by itself. It must remain in the vine. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Do you now have the context to understand?
Yes.
Do you understand?
Say it again.
Yes.
I'll say it again. That's my calibration. No branch, okay, watch. You are already clean because the word I have spoken to you. Remain in me as I also remain in you. That's the channel, okay? No branch can bear fruit by itself. It must remain in the vine. Neither can you bear fruit unless you remain in me. Here's what that means. If you're just tapped into pain body, what are you gonna do? You're just a pain body spreader. Look, you ever been mad and you start trying to make everyone else mad? You ever have a girlfriend or someone, she's all mad, trying to make you mad? That's what that's getting at, okay? Real simple like. I am the vine, you are the branches. Let's look at that again. I am the vine, not me, okay, in the book. You are the branches. Got it? Got it?
Got it.
Yes.
Got it.
If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. What this means is, come from a place of pain, body, and separation, everything you do is just all fucked up. You know what's one of the best movies? You ever seen the movie, what's the second last one of Scorsese with Robert De Niro, The Irishman? Okay, you know why that was a landmark movie? You know how most movies end and it's like a big ending? The Irishman, 2/3 of the way through the movie, it ends, and the last third of the movie just shows him in this bullshit life. And it's pretty long. It's like an hour and a half just showing him in the aftermath, and it's basically like, say this word, spinning your wheels in the mud.
Spinning your wheels in the mud.
Flurry of activity.
Flurry of activity.
With no outcome.
With no outcome.
It's like, look, have you ever had a girlfriend? You guys are fighting and fighting and fighting. You feel like you're climbing a mountain together and you're going nowhere?
Yeah.
You ever had that?
Yeah.
Like all this shit happened and amount to what?
Fuck all.
Like we argue, then we fuck, and then what? Like you watch this bullshit TV and what? It would be very good to almost say about anything, but you know my point, right? So it's not moving the ball down the field. It's not life-bearing, okay? So you have all this little, give me a second, you have this little pain body, right? You have pain body, you go argue with your girl, is that bearing fruit?
No.
It's dead. Dead energy, dead, dead, dead. Okay? So, neither can you bear fruit unless you remain in me. In other words, look, you can bear fruit, it's just fucked up. I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. Look, it's not that you can do nothing, but it's just pointless. Pointless. Doesn't generate awakening. If you do not remain in me, you are like a branch that is thrown away and withers. Such branches are picked up and thrown into the fire and burned. What is the burning? What does a homeless person look like? It's snipped. What happens? Fuck you. How do they talk when some of them, when they walk up the street? Fuck you, die, fuck you, die, okay? Like pause and look at that shit. Pause and look at that shit. You know what Eckhart Tolle pointed out? We all have a bit of that in our own head when we're trapped in our head. We're not as different from that as we think. It's a spectrum. It's not black or white. It's a spectrum. Shades of gray. Okay, 1 second. If you remain in me and my words remain in you, ask whatever you wish and it will be done for you. So when I do a speech like this, I just say, I wish to do a great speech. And then it's done. Does that make sense? So not to be weird, but when you go out tonight and you say, I want to crush it, it will be done. Right? I did $100 million in sales in my life. I didn't even think about it. I didn't get sick of it in years. This is to my Father's glory that you bear much fruit, showing yourselves to be my disciples. What does that mean? What's happening?
Tuning in.
Tune the fuck in. As the Father has loved me, so have I loved you. Now remain in my love. If you keep my commands, you will remain in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commands and remain in his love. I have told you this so that my joy may be in you, like my son Tristan, right? So my joy may be in you. Universe, bro. And your joy may be complete. That's Tristan's eyes. My command is this: love each other as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Why is that? Because you recognize the infinite energy that animates me, animates you. And when you identify with that, there's no death because you have now tethered into that. You are my friends if you do what I command. Now this is really big, okay? So does Jesus say you're like his little slave bitch?
No.
What's he say? You are my friends. Okay? That's very, very, very important. I no longer call you servants because a servant does not know his master's business. Right?
Right.
Instead, I have called you friends For everything that I learned from my Father, I have made known to you. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit, fruit that will last. And so that whatever you ask in my name, the Father will give you. This is my command. Love each other. So, what you're seeing there, okay, now, when you're out in nature, you should be able to be brought to tears. Why? Because you're seeing the infinite, right? When you see the stars, you should have to be able to be brought to tears. So, what will happen is, if you have the capacity, the eyes to see, then you see, whose phone is this? Pass that back to him. Then you see what's being said, okay? So, if you have the eyes to see, then you can see what's in front of you and not be blind to it and go back in, right? So if somebody is still in the physical, they can't see what's in front of them yet. They're not ready yet. Nothing you say to them can make them ready. But somebody who has the capacity to awaken people can gradually take them through that process to an extent. Okay? Now, part of that art form can be you get pussy or you get money, right? And you can pull them in and then it's almost like Aikido, right? You pull them in the momentum and you go, boom! Off their momentum. See that? But life is meant to do that too. Do you guys see that? Okay? So what I've tried to provide to you here is I've showed you the tools of awakening. Whenever I do these trainings, some of you guys are here for long haul. You guys will stay here for like a year. Who here is actually in here for the year? Put your hand up if that's you. A bunch of you guys are in here for the year. And you'll learn and learn and learn and learn. There's actually other of you that are here for a weekend. And so what I try to do on these things, I try to mix it up. Like tomorrow, I'm going to go straight sales. I'm going to show you just sales, how to bank cash, okay? It's fun. And tomorrow, I'm also going to show you a bit more. And so I'm going to tidy up whatever we learn social skills here. I'm going to do straight sales. So I do a mix. Tomorrow will be the most crazy sales day you've ever seen. You think this is crazy? Imagine tomorrow's sales. I love it too. I have the same passion for sales as this. Well, this more, but the point is like, I have a great passion because it helps. Just helps. I'll show you that, right? And I'll tidy up your pickup stuff. I'll tidy that up and I'll show you sales tomorrow, okay? We'll go deep on it. I want to make you guys a lot of money so you can come back and see me. But the point I'm getting at is that, so come in tomorrow with ideas about your business. But I try to make it where every time you come, like for Bruno, you being here, every time I try to bring you here and we do a mix of social skills, attraction, meeting women, going out. I try to show you the sales segments tomorrow, and I want to show you that, and I try to bring you back to context, okay? And I do it in a different way every time. Like Bruno, you probably see me do the speech, but totally different, right? So I do this, but I do it different. What I'm doing here is I'm getting you in the room and moving energy, okay? I'm getting you in the room and moving energy. So every event that I do, I want a combination of attraction with social skills, sales and marketing, and spirituality. Building social media, all that. And I love all these topics. Spirituality is my great passion, but I actually love all these topics. I really love them all, okay? But each of those topics is funneling into the underlying context. So as I show you to make money, look, imagine if I've showed a bunch of people how to make money and they just turned into fucking demons. Do you think I might have a moral obligation to show you a deeper context so that you don't get attached? Yeah. Right? Yeah. Make sense? Yeah. Guys, I've helped build guys up to get so rich and they turn into fuckballs. So I'm like, damn, should I show these guys how to get rich? I showed guys how to meet women, they turn into fucking dickheads. So I'm trying to give you context to what you're actually learning here. Showed one guy how to get stuff, he's building AI. It's crazy. So I want to show you here basically an underlying context, okay? So what I'm trying to show you. And so for those of you guys who are here multiple times, what I want is better social skills. Like for those of you guys who have been here, are your social skills continuing to improve as you progress in the multiple trainings? Put your hand up if it's improving. Awesome. For those of you guys that come again and again, are you understanding sales at a deeper level? Put your hand up if you're understanding sales better. Okay, so we'll keep deepening that tomorrow. For those of you who've been here multiple times, are you understanding the spiritual component and the underlying frameworks better? Put your hands up if you're doing that. Okay, that's very good. So that's what I'm here to do, and we do that in a different way every time, okay?